No, I wasn't here.
No. You have,
Pretty
you have
amazing.
professional.
Yes.
That's green tea, by the way.
Oh, is that green tea?
At least.
That's sweet.
This is, yeah, so he was on his own and he came up and.
Other than that, I always just drink unsweetened tea.
I always used to think honey was healthy.
So,
What happens?
Ton of sugar. Have you ever looked at like?
but I'm not here for that.
Even the raw honey?
Natural.
It's natural.
Natural, though, it's not.
It's not bad sugar. It's like 20.
Yeah.
I don't
Healthy
know.
sugar.
I think it's added sugar.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think
For
honey is-
What
raw.
those bees are doing, man.
Well, for the raw, it has to be natural.
But there's I don't know.
Maybe you're getting the wrong honey.
Is honey good?
Just look, the next time you buy
No,
anything,
honey.
look at it on the label, there's like a ton of sugar in there. Now, maybe good sugar, I don't know. That's gonna bug me all night now. It bugged me when I first saw it, cause I thought it was healthy, you just eat as much as you want. It's better than sugar. Just take a look at the label. See for yourself,
We have a health professional here who was
whatever.
formerly a dietitian a long time ago. Is honey good for you? Is honey good for you?
About the level of sugar in honey,
Oh, gosh,
a lot of sugar in it,
it sure does, yes.
Yeah, but
straight from the
full of
professional.
powerful antioxidants.
No, if you look at it, it's like, it's a lot.
Now I'll look.
So I'm not convinced it's as healthy as my mom said it was.
All that's in it there is honey.
Does it say sugar on it?
17 grams, but nothing added.
17 grams of what?
But it's natural sugar.
Serving size.
Not
What's the
added.
what's the serving size?
I proved my point.
Better for
One
blood,
tablespoon.
better for blood sugar levels than regular sugar.
That's a lot of sugar.
Improve heart.
Just wonder how old this thing is.
I think we should have a work session on that.
We made it in.
Yeah, yeah.
We should debate whether it's good sugar or bad sugar.
Wanted to bring avocados into that,
So we should be looking these out.
Cows don't have sugar.
no, but that is fat, but good for you.
Don't change the subject.
It's online, so we can.
I'm a produce guy, remember? Got peas on my arm.
All right. You're looking good, right?
That's right.
He's gonna text me at 2 o'clock in the morning. Hey, man.
Everything else to do too, John.
For me. Well, there's ours.
Waiting for a chair.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Heather.
Should we- yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
Text them too?
John, yeah.
Mark's gonna share this one. Conference line?
6599 is open. Is, because it looks like SIG is on there. I don't know if for that 434 number is there or not. Okay. Okay.
Brian, can you,
It's the same one that he was on last night, but his text went to green, so I don't know.
Or you're printing, that's what you're doing.
50 pages have stopped, so took me 1 second, I apologize.
That is two and a half reads.
I like to be able to read it on paper.
Now we know why you told me.
can you read that?
We need a translator for that.
Good evening, everybody. Okay, call the second session of the Board of Equalization order. Today is Thursday, June 2, 2023, times 5:40. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll of members to establish a quorum?
Member Henderson.
Here.
Member Doug Johnson.
Come back to him if you would.
He doesn't.
Member Mark Johnson.
Here.
Member Martinson is
Okay, so we're.
Member Pasquale.
Here.
Member Topcock.
Unclear what.
I believe is on her way.
Yeah, she said that she might be a little bit late.
Okay. Member Doug Johnson.
Doug, you're on remote.
Mr.
I mean,
Chair,
mute.
Mr. Chair, I got a text from Doug Johnson saying he can't hear anything.
They call him.
Our mics are muted.
There we go.
That would be one. Okay. Member Doug Johnson.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, so 5 members present. We have a quorum. Moving on then to approval of agenda. Moving on to approval of agenda, there are A through N listed on our agenda. We actually, item from yesterday, that being Bachman, so we'll add that as number O, letter O. And then I do want to review one tax lot that we went through yesterday to ensure procedurally we did what was intended. And that is Centurion Lot 001.182.
Mayor Handlin, as the rest of the agenda, I'm told by Arnie that what is identified as A, Hobbs, has resolved.
Thank you. All right, so A then is being removed from the agenda. Unless there are any other noted changes, is there a motion please to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion.
Second.
Member Henderson, Member Mark Johnson, roll call please.
Member Doug Johnson,
Yes.
Member Mark Johnson,
Yes.
Member Piscoya,
Yes.
Member Henderson,
Yes.
Hey, this is Big Top Cock. I just joined.
Thank you, Sig. Appreciate that. Have you noted?
Member Topcock for approval of agenda.
Thank you. All the votes cast were in the affirmative. The agenda is approved. Moving on to citizens' comments. Are there those in the audience who would like to address the council? If you're here as a representative of one of the appellants, that would be your time to speak. If you're here for another reason, please approach the podium, state your name for the record. Being no indication.
Good evening.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
this is Steve Osborne, attorney representing Norton Sound Health Corporation.
Thank you. We're noting that you're present, and unless you have something to speak to other than Norton Sound Health Corporation, go ahead and do that now. Otherwise, we'll hear from you under Norton Sound.
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, that then brings us to the matter of Home Plate LLC, tax lot 001.120.01. In our packet, that would start with page 5. Go through page 57. Additionally, there was a supplement of, I believe, 99 pages that was received today. Did members get the supplement? Thank you. Is there somebody here representing Home Plate this evening?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you,
State your
Mayor.
name for the record and proceed.
so my name is Margaret Thomas. I think I know almost all of you. And I'm appearing today as the president of the board of the Nome Community Center. And our attorney, Stephen Mahoney, is on the team screen there, as is our executive director, who is out of state, as far as I know right now. So it fell to me. So I'm here to speak in support of our application for a property tax exemption for the Home Plate Nome property. Mr. Mahoney prepared and submitted a detailed explanation of the project and of the rationale for our exemption request. There is some overlap. Part of that was in your original packet, and the portion that I asked Brian Hammond to provide to you today was what was provided to Mr. Casiola during the negotiations back and forth between Mr. Mahoney and Mr. Casiola. So it wasn't just produced today, but it was provided to you today. So everyone in here is aware that the chronic unhoused population in Nome is a serious problem for a number of reasons, including unmet medical and mental health needs. They just struggle to live in traditional housing. During the winter, most sleep at the Nest, which is operated by the Nome Community Center. But after Nest closes for the rest of the year, many just roam the streets, seek shelter near the beach, the seawall, Front Street, abandoned vehicles or the small boat harbor parking area. So this situation creates a very heavy toll on the community resources such as police and ambulance services. And I believe that from talking to Mr. Steckman earlier this spring, that there has been, it does reflect favorably on the service calls when Nest is in operation and when the other services that both the hospital provide in the day shelter and what we provide through Nest are in place. So the community center also operates what's called a permanent supportive housing program. I'm not sure whether you all are familiar with that, but at the moment, the community center runs or pays rent on scattered sites throughout Nome. And I believe there are about 6 of those. One of those is what's called the Shoemaker House, which was given to the community center by a former resident, specifically to be used for permanent supportive housing. Originally, the Shoemaker House was denied an exemption, and we were able to resolve that with Mr. Casiola. And the city now has agreed that the Shoemaker House is exempt. So the Shoemaker House essentially provides the same sort of services as Home Plate will provide when it's completed. What Home Plate will do, and I think there is a floor diagram somewhere in the packet, is it will provide 15 studio apartments for the most vulnerable chronically unhoused residents of Nome. And also on site, there will be a clinic and rooms for case management services and for behavioral health counseling. All the project, I believe at this point, is going to cost up to $9.5 million. We have raised almost all of it. None of it has been in the form of a loan. All of it has come from local sources, state sources, federal sources, and various charitable organizations such as the Rasmussen Foundation. Notably, $200,000 was donated by the city of Nome for the project back in January of 2022. And we are very grateful for that contribution. As I'm sure everybody knows who's driven by the site, we broke ground last fall. The pilings were placed, and that was the way it sat over the course of the winter. But clearly, we have taken steps towards construction, and we got it as far as we could last year with the hope that we could get started quickly this year, which my understanding is that several people have mentioned that it's actually moving right along. So now the assessor denied the application for exemption of Home Plate. Looking at Mr. Erickson's notes on that, it said that it did not meet the city's exemption criteria, which is not extremely clear. But my understanding from reviewing the correspondence between Mr. Mahoney and Mr. Casiola was that the city's position was that because it is under construction and it's not completed, that it is not currently being used exclusively for charitable purposes. So I think that my understanding, again, from reviewing their correspondence, was that the Alaska case that the city attorney relied on was one that really was not exactly clear. It actually also involved property that was that the community center now owns. It was back when the teen center was being constructed, and the little house on Loman where the director now lives of the community center was being used to store materials to build the teen center. And there was, but as I'm looking at the correspondence, it looked as though there was no evidence in the record about what condition the construction was in 1979 of the Young Building, the teen center. So the court did not know whether or not construction was underway on the Young Building, but it denied the exemption for the home, for the Seaview storage area, because they said they couldn't tell whether the Young Building was, what the status was of the Young Building. I think the opinion did say that it was completed in 1980. So, but they were arguing about 1979. So I believe that the basis for denying the application for exemption was that we're only in the construction phase. I believe that since the Shoemaker House property, which serves the same purpose as this one, since that the exemption was granted for that one, I assume that it will be granted for Home Plate once it's completed. But that really what our organization's position is that we don't really understand what the rationale would be to tax the property during construction when it's clear that the whole reason that we're constructing the building is for a purely charitable reason. And there's no way that this charitable purpose could be carried out without having the construction take place. I suppose theoretically, somehow you could have packed it all into one building season and completed it by December 31st of the construction year, but that's very unlikely. And it's undisputed that really there's no other purpose the building could be used for. And it really doesn't make sense to charge taxes during construction on a project that is going to clearly benefit the entire community. So this represents one example of the many significant investments that the community center has made in improving life for our community. And we respectfully request that you grant our request for an exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the attorney online wish to add anything?
I believe that was a very well-done summary of the issue before us. I think the concept of use is not fully or properly defined currently in the courts. The statute, when you look at your ordinance, you're to follow the state statute. The statute says that a property used by a charity, exclusively used for charitable purposes, is exempt. And we would suggest that the construction that has now disturbed the land is a use, and that the purposes are clearly charitable, that the building is structured so that it couldn't be used for another purpose, and it's in that process. And yes, we believe that reading the law, that it should be exempt. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. As, I apologize.
Margaret.
As Margaret stated, actually, the reason that this was denied is because we determined that the use of the property is not exclusively for an exempt purpose. So under Alaska law, to determine if the property is used exclusively for an exempt purpose, what the courts say is it, quote, requires analysis of how the property is actually used. And the courts have also said that to determine this, you look at the direct and primary use of the property. And at present, the actual use of the property is for construction. It is not currently used for a charitable purpose. And Margaret had sort of raised a policy question as to what is served by this, by taxing a property in this condition. And I think in part that the question needs to be flipped around. All property is supposed to be taxed, and the burden of an exemption falls on the property owner. And exemptions are to be construed in favor of taxation. So the better way to frame the question, and it's a legitimate one, is, what is the policy reason for exempting property that's under construction that's intended to be used in the future for an exempt purpose? And I think an important answer to that question is found if you look at the basis for charitable use exemptions. And what the Alaska courts have said is that a charitable use, the reason these exemptions exist is because it provides a benefit to the community. There's a gift to the community as a whole. And a building under construction does not do that. There is no public benefit from ongoing construction. You can say economic activity, but that's not charitable. There's an intent in the future, certainly, but we don't grant tax exemptions on what someone intends to do in the future. As to the case Margaret referenced, it's the Catholic bishop case from 1985. And I completely agree with her that it is less than clear on pretty much any point. But it does strongly suggest that the Alaska courts view a property that is not yet completed as not entitled to exemption. And I agree from the Supreme Court case. I actually didn't have enough time. We have the old Superior Court case files in our office, but I didn't have time to go through them. It's not clear if and to what degree the Young Center was under construction in 1979. But what the court says is that it was not completed. It had not been built, I should say. That's the actual phrase used. It was not built at that time. And similarly, the home plate property is not built. That is the only Alaska case that is remotely on point. There's cases from other states that go in all sorts of directions based upon all sorts of reasons that are equally not helpful. But I think that the Catholic bishop case, strongly indicates that the Alaska Supreme Court views that a building that will be used for a charitable purpose is not eligible for exemption until it's completed and in use. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them.
So there's no question that once the building is completed, that the home plate will be considered tax exempt. Is that
I'm not going to speculate.
isn't that a relevant question?
Well, it's, I suppose, a relevant question, but we don't know what happens in the future, right? Based upon what they've represented they intend, it would appear that it would be exempt. But I can't say for certain that it will be exempt.
So if it is built for the purpose and everything is included in these several hundred pages
Would expect that next year,
next
if they
year,
apply, I'm not saying it would be, but I expect that if, based on this information, if that's what is going on next year, it would likely be exempt.
Okay, Charles is here representing the other side of the thing. Our questions need legal questions. We're going to direct to Brooks. Here.
ask for questions. That's what I asked.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. But
Yes, I'm here as an advocate for your taxation.
right. So
Just to clarify that, what did you mean by he's representing the other side of something that?
he is representing the assessment, the assessors.
Okay,
Brooks is representing the Board of Equalization.
okay, so you're not representing the city of Nome right now?
Well, I'm not advising the Board of Equalization.
Okay.
I am representing the assessor/city clerk. So if you have questions about, you want a neutral legal advice, ask Brooks. Mine will be partisan.
Okay. All right, and
John.
Brooks, can you hear us on the line? Go ahead.
Before we go any further, I know I had mentioned potential conflict of interest for myself. I just want to get a ruling on it before we start discussing, and I'm not able to participate in the discussion or the vote also.
And the conflict thing, somebody moved the pieces of paper off of my desk.
Conflict of interest. You already filled it out again?
Mm-hmm.
You already filled it
I've
out?
already filled it out. And I gave it to John.
Okay, Member Pistoia's, conflict, is that, he wishes to abstain because the vice president of the board is his aunt. That relationship, do you feel, that would, sway your ability to be, impartial in this proceeding?
I mean, based on what the code says, I think the decision is up to you.
Yeah, I'm
As the
asking you,
chair.
so in order to rule on that, I'm asking you, based on your relationship, with that relationship, would you find it difficult to be impartial in your decision-making on this particular issue?
I don't think so. I mean, the 990 form was from 2021, so I'm not too sure if she's still on the board or not.
May I speak?
Sure.
He's saying Bertha Coyle. Yeah. She's, I'm not on the board anymore.
Okay, well, regardless, you answered my question
Yeah.
that you could be impartial on the thing, so you confirmed.
Okay.
Thank you. Brooks, I could ask a couple of questions just for clarification. This has to do with charitable property. Within our code 1720.020, there are currently 10 exemptions in taxation. This list was pared down from one that was probably twice as long or more at one point in time. And over 50% of the property in the city of Nome was not taxable. This was reviewed and determination made to get rid of a bunch of those exemptions and limit it to the 10 that are here. There's reference made to the state law that is requiring these, and is that then what the property identified in 2945.030, which is the first exemption in our list?
Yes, that comes pretty much verbatim from a required exemption that is part of Title 29. There's a constitutional provision as well. So there's no difference at all between the city of Nome exemption under your code and the required mandatory exemption provided by state law.
So this would be a mandatory exemption under state law?
Yes, if property is used exclusively for religious charitable hospital purposes, it is required, the city is required to exempt it.
And can the city have an agreement with a taxpayer to the contrary?
Well, there is a mechanism, I mean, not in the context of a BOE proceeding, but there is a mechanism that I have seen entered into that are called payment in lieu of taxes. In fact, Nome has done that in the past with the Bering Straits Regional Housing Authority. But it's not something that is done in the context of a Board of Equalization proceeding. It's done via a negotiation between administration and the housing authority in the case of Bering Straits, or another tax exempt entity that wishes to, for their own purposes, contribute to the municipal services that are being provided to the property and or members of the organization by the city.
And I believe we have one similar possibly with Nome Eskimo Community.
Yes, that would be possible.
I guess why I ask if there's an agreement, I mean, if there's a procedure where, regardless of the law, the taxpayer would agree to taxes. And for meeting after meeting after meeting on the home plate project, which the city, certainly was and is in support of, and actually provided a financial contribution. The discussion of taxation, whether it was actually in a formal meeting or in a work session, did come up. And it is my recollection that the executive director at the time, Ms. Schneider, represented to the council that these, the expenses associated with home plate would be fully covered through HUD vouchers, and that there would be no public funding requirement from the city to contribute to it. Then, when I look at the supplemental packet of information that was submitted today from Home Plate, and I just go to the very back, which is an Exhibit F. On that, here is a future of project sustainability operating budget for startup year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4. And each of those lines is a line entitled property taxes with a number of $11,597. And that goes along with Ms. Schneider's representation that this property would be on the tax roll. My recollection may be different than other council members.
I recall the exact same thing. That was one of the pitches that Ms. Schneider made at the time for city involvement. Despite whatever the codes might say, that was definitely the pitch and the intention. Probably why it shows up on a prospective budget.
And I will also concur with Mark's. I remember, because I asked specifically the question, would this be on the city's tax rolls or not? And I received a very direct yes, it would. Again, I don't know what the basis was for making that statement, but I also concur.
Well, certainly under the system, we have a system whereby a property owner applies for an exemption. There is no state law that compels a property owner to apply for an exemption that they would be entitled to under the law. So, when I hear this particular discussion, it seems to me that there may have been an assumption at some point in time that the property owner would not apply for the exemption that they in fact have applied for. But I will tell you as a matter of law that what you've just recounted to me is not what a court would likely consider as a waiver of a legal right to an exemption. It's more in the form of a representation that was made to the city council, which is different from a legal waiver of a right to apply for an exemption and to receive that exemption if in fact you meet the legal requirements to receive it. So that's my reaction to this last discussion.
Mr. Mahoney was shaking his head there. Give him an opportunity.
I appreciate that, and forgive me for shaking the head. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I should be pretty neutral.
You're
However,
fine, you're fine.
we actually had a discussion with regard to putting these exhibits together as to whether or not we should remove that line item. And I'm a CPA as well, and I started the 4 Acre Group, which is a nonprofit organization that helps other nonprofits. So we do support of grants. I work for Rasmussen. So we do a lot of grant funding. And one of the things you're required to do with regard to those requests is be extremely conservative in your financial reporting. And so when these were put together and when they were presented, these were actually presented to the funders, explaining to them how we would fund over time this project. And at the time, there was no action at all on the properties. The property was completely bald, blank, unused. And therefore, property tax is likely appropriate at that time. The property could have been sold for another purpose. There's a whole bunch of things that could happen. But once we get into the funding cycle, that was part of the application, is to ensure that it was most conservative. And so that was placed in there. If you look at the funding of the project itself, it's a $9 million project. If it were to attract taxes, that tax would be many times $11,000 if it was not exempt at all. So I think that's one of the items that I'd like you to consider. The one question I had, and Mr. Casiola, as an advocate, did a very fair and reasonable job in expressing the application of the law and how the law might apply. But I'd ask for two different thought processes. First, in your ordinance, you're to apply the state law. And I think Mr. Casiola and Margaret both expressed that the law is a little bit unclear here. We don't have clear direction. So the decision is made here locally as to how that application of the law may apply here, because we don't have a clear roadmap of yes or no here. But the second part I would ask is the law that was stated to you was about a specific operation of a specific activity. And it relates back to hospitals and the services that hospitals provide. And hospitals provide medical care. That's what they do. And if their door isn't open, they're not providing medical care. They can't. However, when you look at the community center has taken on the role of providing housing and development. So what is their purpose? What is the charitable use that's being accorded that property? And part of the charitable use of being accorded that property is making a better Nome by building the structure, by developing the community, by building buildings. That's part of what they do and create housing opportunity. So I would suggest that charitable use in our structure is one where the land is being used, it's being disturbed. The funds, $9 million, are dedicated by organizations which can only provide to charitable use. So the restriction that the community center has taken on is they're not permitted to do anything else but build the structure that you see in those documents. And thank you for the time. I appreciate being opportunity to state that.
Thank you. Does anybody else have some questions? Go ahead.
I do. In terms of, you stated that there was if there was a failure of a test. What test are we applying towards this denial of tax exemption? Understanding there was some type of test that was.
Oh, sure. So I think what I had read, and maybe what you're thinking about is what the Alaska Supreme Court has said when you're looking at the exclusive use exemptions is it requires analysis of how the property is actually used. And I looked at this and concluded that the actual use of the property is for construction. As Mr. Mahoney said, he said that the land is being used, the ground is being disturbed, and I agree with that, but it's being disturbed for construction, not for a charitable use. There's no charitable activity occurring on the property. While talking, I just want to make one additional point. Mr. Mahoney was arguing, and not without some merit, that the statute, right, it's AS 29-45030A3, could be clearer, absolutely. But Alaska law is also clear that exemption statutes are to be construed narrowly and that ambiguity in them is to be construed in favor of taxation. So, if the argument is that this is insufficiently clear, I think the natural conclusion to that is taxation lies.
And this is, again, probably has nothing to do with BOE, but, I want to state and appreciate the work that the Nome Community Center does in the community and has done for years and years. And they have been a partner with the city of Nome in those efforts. The city contributes to the NEST program that is run to it. The city provides the XYZ building so that and pays all of the expenses for that so that the community center can serve the elders in there. Here, just within the last year, we allowed you to move your offices into the building at no charge. And I think that, some of that was based on, the global understanding of how these things were working. And certainly Home Plate had been a part of that at the time. And so I guess I was kind of perplexed by this application, and unfortunately, I guess I still believe in some handshakes in the process, and obviously those don't, I'm told, don't hold water. So.
May I add something else too, which is that we never have, as far as I know, and certainly we're not asking now for exemption of the Seaview House where our director currently resides. We're not asking for exemption of the house at First and Stedman that the community center also owns. Both of those are leased to or rented to staff people. So it's not like we're asking for any global exemption for everything that we own. We do pay property taxes without any issue on those.
Seems to me like the issue is whether, under its current state, whether it meets the exemption of charitable purposes. And your argument is that it does because the intention is for it to build a charitable purpose facility for Nome, basically.
It's being used, it's, what's going on now is essential, necessary to realizing that. And I would also add that Mr. Erickson, I believe, called our executive director on May 1st and said that property is exempt, it's under construction. And I guess after that, it became unclear whether that was his decision to make or not. But
I think we see that in his notes as well, that he noted that.
yeah,
The other part of that was that Mr. Sorry, we lost him here.
Mahoney?
Your attorney? Mr. Mahoney? He had mentioned something about, he gave an example of the exempt purpose of a hospital type facility, that you grant that exemption when the doors open. That prior to the doors being open, that it's not necessarily an exempt facility because it's not serving the public. And wouldn't that same type of analogy apply to the fact that it's not serving the public as of yet, as far as this construction phase?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Mahoney on that. He's back on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, through the chair. If I could, to some degree, I believe that's a valid argument. Mr. Cassiola made that argument, and with some fuzziness in the law, that's not an unreasonable argument. But I would request that, given that, we have to look at what is the purpose of the organization that is charitable. There's a reason why hospitals were separately named rather than just charities, because a lot of hospitals are charitable, but they listed it separately in different legislation with regard to exemptions. And I would suggest that there's a reason for that. And so when we look at the center again, the center has multiple purposes. So the use of a property may be different. I mean, if we had a badminton court on there and they were playing badminton, it just depends on what the activity is. And I would present that the center's activity includes development of property. So it is being exclusively used when that development occurs because that's forwarding the purposes for which they exist. And that was my suggestion.
I could respond to that. I disagree with Mr. Mahoney on this point as to Alaska law. So there are, broadly speaking, 3 different types of charitable exemptions throughout the country, statutorily set up. There is a type of statute that focuses on the owner and the entity. There is a type of statute, which is Alaska's, that focuses on the use of the property. And the third kind is a statute that is a hybrid and looks at both the owner and the use. Alaska's is purely focused on the use of the property, and the ownership of it is not relevant. And there are Alaska cases. And it is a hospital case, but it's one of the 2 sisters cases. I can never remember which one's which, where the Alaska Supreme Court explicitly says that we don't look at the owner's use of the property, but how the property is actually being used. So how it serves the owner's greater purpose and interest isn't the question. It's what's happening on this property, how's it being used. And to respond to the council member's sort of inquiry, I think you've nailed sort of what's being asked of the council or Board of Equalization. I'm asking you to determine that the use of this property is construction. That's what it's being used for. And the applicant is asking you to determine that it is being used for a charitable purpose. And that's really the question before the board, one of those. Or a third answer, I don't know. But that's the respective positions.
Again, I don't see that, not arguing the purpose of the community center and the great work that they do in this community, but I'm having a hard time seeing that in its current state, the letter of the law, I guess, or the fuzziness of the law is being met, and that in attempting to be fair, equal, unbiased, and treat everybody the same, that does seem that, at least for the current year, regardless of the understanding that we thought we had with what may happen to it in the future, that can be revisited at a separate, in a separate place and time, that for this particular deal, the noted use is construction. So the appellants, are there any other questions from board members? Okay, if not, the appellant is, or the taxpayer is appealing, requesting that the land be valued as exempt instead of the $115,500. Ask for a motion to grant the appeal for tax lot 001.120.01 by Home Plate LLC.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Member Henderson, member Mark Johnson, is there further discussion? Not a roll call, please.
Member Mark Johnson,
No.
member Lamb,
No.
member Topcock, Member Henderson,
No.
Member Doug Johnson,
No. Not our funnest things to have to do up here, but on a vote of 5-0, the appeal is not granted.
Thank you, and thank you all. I know how late you were here last night. Sorry, I don't think it's a mosquito bite.
Thank you for
And
coming.
again, we appreciate all the good work that you do, and
Oops.
we'll figure out how we can work together.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then that brings us now to items C through M inclusive for tax lots 001.120.01, 192.1.120, 192.1.125, 192.130, 001.221.05A, 192.1.085, 001.131.01A, 001.115.01, 001.211.03B, 001.211.03A, 001.201.05, and 1901 or 190.1.059. All of these listed properties are being appealed by Norton Sound Corporation. There also then is supplementary information that is included under item N of the packet. Mr. Cassiola, you had a conversation.
Mr. Mayor first,
Yes.
a decision on my conflict of interest.
Okay, this appeal or this disclosure is requesting to be abstained, serving as an employee of Norton Sound Health Corporation. I don't know if you can answer this, but the question is any of this action taking, does that affect your salary?
I don't think so.
Okay.
As far as I know.
This, are there any other members of the board who are thinking about asking to be, or declaring a conflict and asking to be considered for excusal? With that, hearing no affirmative on that, that means that we still have 4 members. And I realize this puts you in a precarious position, and I'm to rule that you may abstain. It also means that you must abstain from the discussion. And does the council concur or wish to overrule that ruling? Okay. You are excused from participation. You're more than welcome to sit here and listen, or you're more than welcome to go hunt or do something.
I'll sit and listen.
All right. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, I was going to call on Mr. Cassiola because there has been discussion between the councils and a suggestion on you might more efficiently proceed in this matter. And You were on the TV last year,
Yes. Hi,
and I apologize, I do not
Oh.
recall your name.
Wendy Pearson,
Wendy, thank
attorney
you.
for Norton Sound Health.
All right, good to see you in person. And so Wendy and Charles have been in contact and wish to make a stipulation. And Charles, would you go ahead and read this into the record?
Yes, thank you. So Norton Sound Health Corporation has appealed the assessor's denial of property tax exemptions for 11 separate tax parcels. There are facts and arguments that are specific to each individual parcel as set out in NSHC's written appeals and are before the board to be considered in its determination. However, many facts and arguments are common to each of the 11 appeals. To facilitate an efficient and orderly hearing and to ensure a complete record while avoiding extensive duplication, NSHC and the assessor stipulate and ask the board to accept that all information and arguments presented by NSHC and the assessor be considered by the board and deemed part of the record for each of the 11 appeals. The parties have a further proposal for conducting the hearing, but first ask the board to accept this stipulation that all information before the board for any of the 11 appeals may be considered by the board for each of the 11 appeals and be part of the official record for each appeal. Do you accept the stipulation?
So
If you have
do,
questions about it, we'll also.
so the stipulation is that we take all parcels in as a whole. If anything is just talked about in one parcel, that may apply to other parcels as well,
Yes, as relevant, yes.
relevant to the other parcels.
So we're not trying to keep one record for one appeal, one record for another appeal. For 11 different.
Stipulating that we're gonna look at them all as a whole. Is that the bottom line?
Within each of these packets here, there are multiple copies of the same documents. And rather than having the appellant introduce and discuss with us each time the same documents, I figured in the interest of time, if we just stipulate that, the documents in, anything that's different will be discussed, but the stuff that's the same, rather than regurgitate it, it will simply be accepted and part of the packet for each of the individual appeals.
So for example, Norton Sound argues that there's federal preemption of state taxation. That would apply to all of their appeals. And we're trying to avoid the need for them to repeat that for each of the 11. Just do it once up front.
Sense to me.
So even though the pile of paper is much bigger tonight than it was last year, maybe the time sat here will be less. So let's see. Greg, is that acceptable to the board? I think it's a good way to do it.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, then move on to the next part. So we've also agreed to what we believe to be the most efficient procedure for the appeal hearings. And what we propose is that Norton Sound will first be heard by the board as to the issues of sovereign immunity, federal preemption of city taxation, and sort of general issues related to the exemption statute. And then I will be heard to respond to those issues. And then following both of our presentations as to these issues, which are relevant to all 11 appeals, we will then respond to questions you may have as to sovereign immunity, federal preemption of city taxation, and general application of the exclusive use exemptions pursuant to AS 2945-030A3. And then after all of that, all these general, legal issues, then we'll move on to presentations and any questions you might have about specific properties individually. And then, the specific properties will be addressed in the order they appear on the agenda. And, after everyone's satisfied as to the first property on the agenda, we'll move to the next one, and then the next one with the same procedure. And although these properties will be addressed individually, it remains the party's intent that in addition to the documents and information contained in Norton Sound's written appeals. Again, all information presented at the hearings for any of the 11 appeals be part of the record for the appeals and be considered for each of the 11 appeals to the extent the board believes the information is relevant in its determination to any particular.
I have a question procedurally. So last year, appeals came to the Board of Equalization. If I recall, the Board of Equalization denied the appeals. And I have heard, although I'm not privy or have not read anything about it, that Norton Sound challenged that in a court proceeding, and that court proceeding may have happened, and that we are potentially waiting on a judge's ruling on the appeals that were taken up to court. If that's correct, how do we take that into account with our assessment of this year's appeals? Or does that bear anything on this year's appeals, the fact that there's something up in court, at court level, waiting for a judge's opinion?
Brooks, can you respond to that, please?
Sure, I can. First, there's 11 properties this year. 5 of the 11 are the subject of the court appeal that was just mentioned. From my point of view, the board, as sort of the first decider of these things, your actions in 2022 sort of establish a baseline, precedent for how you would likely decide things in 2023 unless there's been a change in the underlying uses of the property, or there is additional information included in the record for this year that wasn't before you last year that would cause you to reach a different conclusion. So I don't view you as being legally compelled to reach the same conclusion that you did last year. However, last year is right now sort of the law of the land in Nome when it comes to certain aspects of these appeals that are before you again in 2023. Obviously, with a pending court case, whatever you decide this evening will be subject to the ruling made by the Superior Court in the 2022 appeal. And I would expect that both the parties would, be reviewing that appeal when it comes out, but it might not come out for a few months. And we've got a job to do in terms of setting the mill rate and establishing, how much property in Nome is taxable and that type of thing. So it's really not feasible to say, well, we'll just wait to make decisions in 2023 until the judge rules on a pending appeal.
And may I add, as Brooks noted, we have a number of additional parcels for your consideration that aren't part of the court appeal. And there are some slight changes in use for consideration. And we did actually cite some additional legal authority this year that you hadn't considered in the 2022 year. And I'll highlight that as we go through. So in our view, to answer your question, we don't believe the pending matter for 2022 would preclude us going forward for 2023.
To respond to a couple of factuals. So, and I don't believe Brooks is aware of this, we received a order from the court yesterday afternoon that kind of had me thinking, oh, geez, we're going to have to reapproach how we do this. And all it said was that the court will have a decision to us in 60 days. So that's our timeline. We should have a decision on that in 60 days. In the past, when I've been presented with these issues, if there is a court appeal that arises out of today's hearing, usually the parties will agree to stay that until the decision of the earlier one is given to kind of simplify the matters before the court. But that's really a court issue, not Probably shouldn't have brought that up, it just confuses things.
I'm
Anyhow,
trying to think what you just said.
yeah, I mean, it would have been great if the court issues a decision a month ago, but we don't have the benefit of that.
And maybe this question is for Brooks. In all of the appeal forms that the assessor completed when they made their decision, they specifically addressed the issue that the Board of Equalization should consider valuation issues solely. And what it sounds like to me is you're asking, or that the appellant is asking the Board of Equalization to make decisions based on a lot more information and factors besides issues of valuation. And I guess, would you be able to address that concern?
Yeah, I can. Your code is pretty clear on this point. The system is that a property owner files an application for exemption by a deadline. The code uses the specific word assessor when it references who's supposed to decide the application that's submitted by the property owner. And the code also has a provision that allows people to appeal the decisions of the assessor to the Board of Equalization. And the code does not limit that process to appeals based on valuation, but includes appeals from, denials of exemptions. So I don't really agree, I guess, to the extent the assessor is saying the BOE is not a proper body to consider denials of applications for tax exemptions. I think it very clearly is a process that's provided for in the Nome code, and which a property owner may use to get a determination from, a review authority, rather than just accept the assessor's decision on something like this.
And of course, Norton Sound Health Corporation agrees with Brooks on this. And it specifically says in Nome City Code 1720.050 that a denial by the assessor of an application for exemption may be appealed to the Board of Equalization.
I understand that. So basically what you're asking us to do as a Board of Equalization is to rule on issues that there's a pending court decision on, or to at least consider those factors.
No, not entirely. As I mentioned, there are a number of additional properties at issue. There are some uses that are slightly different than 2022, and there are additional legal bases or foundations for exemption argued in these 2023 applications that were not argued in the 2022 applications.
So with regard to these 11 appeals that are on here, unlike how we did it last evening where we heard one, voted on it, heard the next one, voted on it, these we're going to hear them all. At the end, we will deliberate and consult with Brooks on it. And then I'm assuming that we'll come back tonight to make a determination. But we'll have the opportunity to ask Brooks some more questions in a direct consultation with our attorney.
I understand that. I just want to get that question out there. Thanks.
One further question, something you just mentioned about the additional information provided to us that might be different than the previous year. Was that additional information on the properties that are sitting in court, was that offered during the court hearing as well? Or is that something that the judge deliberated upon as well?
Yes, some of the additional legal arguments, yes, were. Well, one in particular, the judge actually asked the parties to brief separately. So it was in relation to a case that we had cited, and the judge read the case and found a citation to a legal authority within that case and asked us to brief it. So we've added that consideration in these appeals.
Okay, well, I think we'll go ahead and start with number one here to have Wendy and Norton Sound then talk to us with regard to the sovereign immunity, federal preemption, and general application uses that are germane to all of these appeals.
Certainly.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So, yeah, just to summarize very quickly, Norton Sound has alleged three bases of error by the assessor. One, that under Alaska statute 29.45.03088, property of the United States or an entity of the United States under federal law is exempt, or more to the point, taxation is preempted under federal law, that Norton Sound Health Corporation enjoys the sovereign immunity from assessment and collection of tax. And then thirdly, that the properties are all exempt for both their charitable and hospital purposes under Alaska Code 29.45.030A3. So Mr. Osborne will first address the two federal arguments, and then I will address the state exemption.
Great, Steve?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this fairly brief because some of you have heard it last year and it's detailed in our written application, but one basis for the exemption in Norton Sound's view is that taxation of all 11 parcels at issue this year is preempted by federal law. And preemption is the principle rooted in the supremacy clause of the Constitution that federal law supersedes any inconsistent state or local laws and regulations. Generally, the bar for finding preemption is pretty high. Congress generally has to make a clear statement that the state or local law is preempted. But in the federal Indian law context, the analysis is very different. Courts look to balance the interests of the federal and tribal entities on the one hand against the interests of the state or local government on the other. And all against a backdrop of tribal sovereignty and the federal policies in favor of tribal self-governance and economic development. So the cases, including the Ketchikan case that we discuss at length in our application materials, say that this doctrine applies with special force to spaces that are used to carry out federal programs, and particularly programs that are subject to comprehensive and pervasive federal oversight. For those types of spaces, the interests of the federal and tribal side are quite strong, and generally that will result in exemption from state or local taxation. Now, the Alaska Supreme Court has applied this implied federal preemption doctrine in the case of Ketchikan Gateway Borough versus Ketchikan Indian Corporation. And in that case, the Superior Court held that the entire building in which the corporation ran a clinic funded by the Federal Indian Health Service was exempt from taxation. The issue on appeal was whether the parts of that space that were not presently occupied could share that exemption, or whether the exemption only pertained to the spaces used
to provide healthcare services under the Indian Self-Determination Act contract with the Indian Health Service. While the court ultimately held that the empty spaces were not exempt from taxation, the court provided extensive analysis and guidance on the implied federal preemption doctrine, citing U.S. Supreme Court cases, the Raymond Navajo School Board case, and the White Mountain Apache versus Bracker case. Norton Sound believes that, very similar to the Ketchikan Indian Corporation, they're carrying out in all of these properties federal programs that are comprehensively and pervasively regulated. Norton Sound carries out a funding agreement and compact with the Indian Health Service that has a multitude of requirements that Norton Sound has to follow in terms of complying with federal regulations and requirements. Participation in self-governance requires rigorous planning process and demonstration of financial stability and financial management capability. The corporation is subject to annual audits with penalties for non-compliance. The Indian Health Service has a statutory right to reassume or take back programs under certain circumstances. These are just a few examples of the pervasive regulation of Norton Sound's activities under its funding agreement and compact. In short, these are federal programs comprehensively regulated, but which support tribal sovereignty and self-determination and advance federal policies of meant to provide the best health care possible for Indians and Alaska Natives. So the weight on the federal and tribal side of the preemption balancing test is considerable. On its side, the city has important interests too in terms of the interest in generating revenue, but the cases indicate that this generalized interest in revenue virtually never can outweigh the type of tribal and federal interests that are illustrated in this case, and we would argue in the Ketchikan and Raymond Navajo case. Not only are the federal policies, general policies of self-determination and healthcare for tribes implicated here, but tribes and tribal organizations like Norton Sound have a specific statutory right to receive and expend as much of the federal appropriations as the Indian Health Service would have had available to it to expend had it not been required to transfer those funds to Norton Sound under its funding agreement in the Indian Self-Determination Act. In other words, there's a level playing field that Congress required between the federal and the tribal providers. So requiring Norton Sound to pay taxes that the Indian Health Service would not be required as a federal agency to pay would upset this balance and contravene this fundamental part of the Indian Self-Determination Act. We think that the preemption argument applies to all 11 of these parcels, as I said, even the ones that are empty at present. There are a few that are currently not being that are not being used, but unlike the unused space in the Ketchikan Borough case, where the spaces were, it was not clear how the Ketchikan Indian Corporation was going to use these spaces. In fact, they were considering just leasing them out to some third party. In Norton Sound's case, these 3 or 4 parcels are all subject, are all, there are concrete plans set forth in a community health needs and assessment plan to use these spaces for healthcare services. And we believe that based on the case law, the planning for expansion of healthcare services is a legitimate hospital use and should be the basis for an exemption even to those empty spaces. If there are questions now about the federal preemption argument, I'm glad to address those, or I can move on to sovereign immunity.
Go ahead and move on.
Thank you. We think that the Norton Sound shares the sovereign immunity of the 22 tribes that have sanctioned it, that have authorized Norton Sound to contract with the Indian Health Service in the United States on their behalf. Tribes have sovereign immunity, of course, including off reservation. This immunity extends to suits to collect taxes. The Supreme Court has made that clear in the Oklahoma Tax Commission citizen ban Potawatomi case, among other places. Norton Sound is not a tribe, but under federal common law, they are entitled to the sovereign immunity of their member tribes to the extent that they fulfill, that they act as a quote unquote arm of the tribe, which is a kind of term of art that the courts have developed to undertake this immunity analysis. And the analysis looks at several factors, all of which we think militate in favor of Norton Sound sharing the sovereign immunity. And we detail those in the written application, but the method of creation, the purpose of the organization, the structure, ownership and management, control of the corporation, in this case by, for example, the board of directors of Norton Sound is composed of a representative from each of the 22 sovereign tribes. The intent of those member tribes, the financial relationship between the tribes and the corporation. Here, the corporation, Norton Sound, is completely reliant on their tribe's right to federal funding from the Indian Health Service. That's the lifeblood of the corporation. Without the tribes, the corporation could not exist. The bottom line is Norton Sound exists only because of the authorization and support of its member tribes, and therefore is an arm of the tribe entitled to their sovereign immunity, which poses an independent bar to collection and imposition of taxing authority on the part of the city. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Your turn.
Thank you. All right, I'll address the state exemption arguments, which are secondary really because, as Steve noted, if you decide in favor of preemption or sovereign immunity, you do not even get to the state exemption question. But assuming you don't decide in favor of the federal law bars to taxation, there are two legal bases for state tax exemption. And they're set out in Alaska statute 29.45-030A3. Property used exclusively for nonprofit charitable or hospital purposes is exempt. And as I believe Brooks indicated pursuant to Nome Code 1720.020, those exemptions are mandated by the Nome City Code if the conditions for exemption are met under the Alaska statute. So there are two. So we are presenting then two foundations for exemption: one charitable and one hospital. And in 2022, this would be another reason why it's important for us to bring the 2023 case before you, is that there was very little focus from the board on the charitable exemption. And so I want to highlight why that's an equally important exemption in this case. So charitable purposes. Alaska courts have been very clear that charitable purposes covers a broad scope of activities, broader than hospital purposes. The scope of activities are cited in a couple cases that we address in our material: Kings Lake Camp and Catholic Bishop. Basically, any activity intended for the benefit of the community is charitable. Importantly, there is a case, Fairbanks North Star Borough versus Dina Hinash. Sorry, I'll just say Hinash. In that case, the Alaska Supreme Court said that recognized that when an entity is fulfilling its obligations under an ISDEAA contract, as Steve was explaining, we do with the IHS through our funding agreement, that is considered to be charitable activity. Activities satisfying those contract requirements are motivated, the court held, by purposes that are characterized as charitable and satisfy the charitable purposes test under Alaska law. So the direct and primary use of all of the 11 parcels are for the fulfillment of the ISDEAA contract and funding agreement that Norton Sound Health has with IHS. And in the materials you'll see, and I'll explain this as we go through each parcel, you will see a reference in the funding agreement in Appendix B. There'll be lists of all the properties. It's a non-exhaustive list, so it's intended to encompass acquisition of additional properties and fulfillment of the contract requirements. But it will identify the properties specifically and how they fulfill the particular funding agreement obligations. So that is one basis for exemption. The additional basis for exemption is for hospital purposes. And so it's important, I think, to distinguish between what is hospital purposes and what is hospital use. Alaska courts have been very clear that there's a difference between hospital purposes being a broad scope, and just focusing the test on hospital use. And again, both in the Constitutional Convention for the exemption, and Alaska courts have declared that exempt purposes are intended by the framers to be broadly defined. So the purposes broadly defined, notwithstanding a strict construction against taxation, or which Mr. Casiola has mentioned in the previous case. So notwithstanding that strict construction for tax exemptions, the statutory requirement to allow an exemption for hospital purposes is to be broadly construed. Also, hospital, the term hospital by definition includes facilities operated in connection with the hospital, not just where the patient care occurs directly. This is, as the Alaska AG has opined, in one instance in a ruling, and as numerous jurisdictions with the same statutory construction for exemption, which is looking at exclusive use for the hospital purposes. In those multiple jurisdictions, the courts have held that numerous facilities connected with the hospital are used for hospital purposes, not just the facilities where care directly occurs. And hospital purposes has not been yet defined by Alaska courts, but we have, as I say, the AG opinion, and we have these similar jurisdictions that follow the same both constitutional and statutory exemption model for exempting hospital purposes. As I say, hospital use is different from hospital purpose. For instance, to say that housing or central services properties, or properties used for maintenance, or properties used for training, to say that that means they're only serving a training purpose or maintenance purpose or whatever purpose related to that use is an improper construction of the test. And the Alaska court in Fairbanks North Star Borough versus Hanash has stated that explicitly, not to conflate hospital use with hospital purposes. There could be many uses of properties that fulfill a hospital purpose. As to exclusive use for hospital purposes, that looks at the nature of the use. And in that instance, the Alaska Constitution has said that the focus is to look at the organization's use for the organization's own purposes. That use does not have to be indispensable, and it does not have to, as I mentioned, be directly related to care of patients. It has to be use which is direct and primary to the exempt purposes. So what does direct and primary mean? It's been interpreted by a number of courts to mean that which is appropriate and reasonable to carry out the hospital purposes. We cite to those authorities in our appeal, and they were also includes a cite to a treatise on taxation, which the court wanted us to brief for him in the 2022 case. So with each property, which I'll address as we go through them, it is our position that the use of the property is appropriate, reasonable to the functioning of the hospital. What the many uses that are important to the functioning of hospital for hospital purposes. All of the uses are integral to its operations and part of an integrated care model. And all uses are those which are legally, which it's legal, Norton Sound is legally required to fulfill to function as a regional hospital pursuant to its funding agreement. So that highlights the state tax exemption law. And so you, do you want to take questions now about the federal or state legal arguments from our side, or do you want to wait until you hear from Mr. Casiola?
Charles, do you want to respond section by section here?
Yeah, and if you
Yeah,
have,
go ahead.
okay, sure. So I want to start by responding to the sovereign immunity argument. No doubt, tribes are immune, enjoy sovereign immunity. I will charitably say that I think it's an open question as to whether Norton Sound is entitled to sovereign immunity. I would sternly disagree that it's clear that they are. I think that it's just not sufficiently resolved as to whether they enjoy sovereign immunity or not. Ultimately, I don't think that question matters today because as Mr. Osborne was pointing out, what that means is sort of relevant, is immunity from suits to collect taxes. This is not a suit to collect taxes. The purpose of this hearing was to determine exemption, but ultimately it's part of a process to determine the value and taxable value of property in the city of Nome. Whether or not the city could bring suit to collect those taxes isn't relevant. Even if they are immune from suit, it is still the city's duty to assess the taxes. And immunity is not an exemption from taxation. It is a legal barrier to collecting on taxes if it is enjoyed by Norton Sound. I don't think it is, but I'm not certain, I'll be honest. But for the purposes of this body, I just don't think it's relevant because even if they are immune from suit, the city is still obligated to assess the taxes and determine exemption eligibility. And that is not affected one way or the other by sovereign immunity. As to implied federal preemption, I agree with Mr. Osborne that in Alaska, at least, really the seminal case is the Ketchikan Borough versus Ketchikan Indian Corporation case. And I agree with virtually everything he said about that case. Where I disagree is Mr. Osborne had said something to the effect of that the taxing interest can virtually never satisfy the required threshold. I disagree there strenuously, and that is largely what I want to talk about. So first of all, in that case, it can't be all too rare that the taxing interest is sufficient, because in that case, the Alaska Supreme Court determined that Ketchikan Borough's taxing interest was sufficient to overcome, to satisfy that element of the test. And so what the Alaska Supreme Court determined in the Ketchikan case is that this type of implied federal preemption has two elements. The first element, which my colleague focused on, is that the activities on the property must be subject to comprehensive and pervasive federal oversight. That's the first element. Here, it's the second element that really proves to be decisive. And the second element, as discussed in that case, is that the municipality, or the state, but your municipality, must have a relatively inconsequential interest in taxation. And Nome has a significant interest in this taxation. And importantly, Norton Sound benefits tremendously from the services that Nome funds with property tax revenues. But I don't want to just simply rely on my representation as to that effect. So I want to present you some information relating to the benefits that Norton Sound enjoys as a result of Nome taxation. as well as the importance of it to the city of Nome. So I'm going to ask Mr. Hammond to answer some questions and present some information. Now, if the board would like him to take an oath.
You swear? I've heard you.
All right. Mr. Hammond, do you know approximately, as a percentage of all privately owned property in the city of Nome, by value, what percentage is owned by Norton Sound?
So can you define privately?
Sure. Owned by anything other than the city, state, or federal government.
About a quarter, 25%,
25% of the value of all privately owned property is owned by Norton Sound.
if we're going just by value.
What was the total revenue that the city took in for FY 2023?
About $17 million, of which some of it was a fund balance, with a fund balance appropriation. So it's, without the fund balance appropriation, it was about $15 million.
And do you know what the of that roughly 15 million, what amount was from property taxes?
Property taxes were a little bit less than, real property taxes were a little bit less than 4.2 million for FY23, and personal property was about 550,000, give or take.
So without the fund balance appropriation, approximately what percentage of FY23 revenue resulted from property tax?
About a third, just north of 30%.
So now I want to move on to a little bit about how Nome uses that money. I'm going to start with and how it benefits Norton Sound. You have a rec center, yeah? And in FY 2023, how many passes to the rec center did Norton Sound purchase?
About 230-day passes so far, I believe. Yeah, about 30 visit passes.
230 visit passes. So like 6,000 visits.
Yeah.
And now the rec center charges fees for those passes, correct?
Mhm.
And the fees cover all of the rec center's operating costs?
From my understanding, no.
And how is the remainder of the operating costs funded?
Through the general fund, which is significantly made up of real property, personal property, and sales tax.
Okay. And then the next area of city services I want to ask you about is roads. For fiscal year 2023, how much did the city budget for road maintenance?
Mind if I look at the budget?
Sure.
Road maintenance was less than 2 million, but greater than 1.5. And I've got 1.7 stuck in my head, but road maintenance. Just south of 1.8 million.
And that's for roads that the city maintains.
Correct.
You're generally familiar with the 11 properties that issue in the appeals. Are they located on city-maintained roads?
I don't think any of them are located on city-maintained roads. The only part that's potentially unclear is the hospital and their newly acquired property up on Greg Khrushchev. There was a dispute between the state and the city of Nome as to who owns it, and currently the state has told us that we own it.
So
Can I ask clarification there? Did you say properties are or are not abutting state?
Are not.
Are not.
Are not. It just the The ambiguity is is Greg Krusek.
I think you said that they are not on city roads.
Oh, they're all on city roads.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you said
Yeah,
state
that was the
roads.
clarification.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So, can you get to any of these 11 properties by vehicle, putting aside snow machine,
Yeah.
without using city roads?
If you had a helicopter.
Fair enough. Uh,
Sorry.
The other area I want to talk about is emergency services, police and other emergency services. What was the police department budget in 2023?
Pretty sure it was right around $4 million. Just south of 4 million.
And what about the ambulance service budget?
$750,000. It's the emergency services. 753,000.
And are there related services? Start with that. Provided. That's not original. Correlated calls to Northern properties by, well, I guess it goes to the 911 distribution system.
Yep.
And what the sheet you're looking at, is that for 2023 calls to properties?
Is the FY23, looks like the first one was 7/15 of 2022, and they end 5/31 yesterday.
And so looking at these, I see a lot that says it was the patient hospital, the location, is that where they responded to, where the call was a request for service?
That is my understanding. I'm not familiar with all of these, not being part of the department, but the record does reflect 704 East N Street Patient Hostel for a bunch of responses.
100% of the calls. Some of them just don't say patient hostel, but the address is the same.
Okay, well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 I'm seeing for Greg Krusek, NSHC.
Oh, I'm
Suites.
sorry, there's a second side to it.
Mostly for the patient hostel bill.
And has Northern Sound applied for any city permits in 2023?
Mhm.
Do you know what those permits are for?
Off the top of my head, I think there's 6 in 2023. I don't know all of them, but several are revolving around the remodel of the old VHS building.
What kind of permit applications are those?
Remodel, fill permits, mechanical, electrical.
And does city charge application fees for those permits?
For remodel and building permits up to $500,000, we no longer charge any fees. Mechanical, electrical are $75, and fill and excavation permits are $25.
And did the fees cover all the city's costs in processing the applications?
Not even close.
How are the remaining costs funded?
Through the general fund.
And is there benefit to Northern Sound for the city processing and approving these permits?
Well, I'd like to think that our building inspector and our process does give a coordinated effort towards development in a way that will protect citizens' abide by all relevant building, fire, electrical codes.
So, don't go anywhere yet, Bryant. As we get to the individual properties, I'm going to address the first element that has been discussed for this test, which is the metro regulation of the program. But, as I said, I really think the second element, which is what is the city's interest in taxation, really conclusively shows that the city really has a significant interest in the taxation that would be received if these properties are taxable, and Norton Sound benefits from those taxes. So that Bryant doesn't need to come back and talk to us about other things, I'm going to ask him a few more questions that aren't related to federal preemption, if you'll bear with me for a moment. Just a couple of topics. First, I want to ask Bryant about his housing in Nome. And we'll start with short-term housing. Are there short-term rentals available in the city of Nome?
There are.
And to your knowledge, what is available for short-term rentals in Nome?
So this question was posed to me last year with respect to the port development, and I've just kind of kept up on some of it. My understanding, and there could be more, is that I've counted at least 89 rooms in Nome that are available for short-term transient housing.
And with the 89 rooms that you're aware of, what is the distance from these rooms to the hospital?
Depending on the facility, anywhere from 0.2 miles to 2 miles.
And these distances are on this sheet that you prepared and I handed out.
Yes, they are.
What about long-term rentals? Do you know about the availability of long-term rentals in Nome?
Well, about 50% is owner occupied, 50% rental. I think I found some census info at one point saying 52% is renter occupied.
52%, can you explain that a little bit more? 52% of what?
52% of residential housing in Nome is renter occupied. And that includes single family homes as well as multi-units.
And can you estimate what percentage of all housing in Nome is within like a mile radius of the hospital?
75%. If we're talking a mile radius as the crow flies, like the raven around here, it is 75%. But if you start weaving around, then that adds distance.
And have you rented residential property at Norton Sound?
I have.
How is that property used?
It's used by, I'm assuming, doctors or traveling nurses.
Did you claim that the property was exempt from taxation as a hospital?
I did not.
You think that it is a hospital?
I presently don't, but I am flexibly minded and will be applying for an exemption if it is ruled a hospital.
All right. And then a quick question. One of the properties at issue in these appeals, I don't have the legal description in front of me. It's a 20-plex. You know the property I'm referring to?
I do.
Do you know when Norton Sound acquired this property?
December of 22 is the deed, I think.
And prior to that, was it on the city tax rolls?
It was.
And were taxes paid? And so, to your understanding, when Norton Sound acquired this, did they add any new dwelling units to the housing stock in Nome? And there's another property referred to as a 7-plex. Don't have the legal description in front of me, but do you know the property I'm referring to?
I'm aware of it.
And do you know approximately when Norton Sound acquired that property?
2011.
And were property taxes being paid on it prior to Norton Sound's ownership of it?
Before and after Norton Sound's acquisition of it.
And with acquiring these, did Norton Sound add any new dwelling units to the housing stocks in Nome? Last topic, different one. The hospital. Have you ever been to the hospital here?
I have.
Is there a cafeteria there?
There is.
Have you eaten in it?
Yeah, it's good food.
Is it open to the public?
To my knowledge, it is.
Well, when you ate there, were you there as a patient or?
No, I was there of my own volition. Just wanted to see how it was.
And how's the cost of the food there compared to other restaurants or takeout in town?
About the same, but I'd say it's probably a little bit cheaper. It's probably a little bit better deal up there, but it's on par.
All right, that's all I got in terms of questions for you.
Yeah.
My colleague wants to ask.
Ask for a 5-minute break.
Sure. There's a request that we have a break here for about 5 minutes before we continue. But I guess just one point. I mean, we were going through and saying the services and the benefits to Norton Sound. I mean, we do need to acknowledge that Norton Sound does contribute to the ambulance service, but it does cost the city more than the revenues that are raised. But Norton Sound is a contributor to that specifically. Okay, we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Richmond, Virginia.
Now we're unmuted. Okay, if you were here, folks, we'd share with you, sorry. So let's get back to, back on the record. Yeah, I think we were still on,
Ask Bryant some follow-up questions.
certainly.
Thank you. So, Bryant, you're employed with the city of Nome in what position? And what are your responsibilities as a city clerk?
Succinctly, I facilitate the benefit.
Give me a little bit more.
I manage elections. All permits run through my office. All taxes run through my office. We receive the majority of the funds that come through the city. I serve as parliamentarian and secretary to the governing body, the city council. Probably some other things in there that I'm missing, but
All right. Have you ever been retained by the city of Nome as a housing expert?
I have not.
Have you served any other community or city as a housing expert?
No.
Are you aware of the community health needs assessment that was conducted by North Sound Health Corporation and is available on their website?
Is this conducted in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm aware of it. I don't think I've read through bits of it. But I haven't read through
Did
the
you
whole thing.
consult the community health needs assessment for any of your data regarding housing availability in the home community?
Not specifically.
Were you aware that the community health needs assessment has identified lack of affordable housing and insufficient housing stock as a contributing factor to morbidity, health morbidity rates?
No.
That's all I have for Bryant. I'll let Steve, if we're at that point, to respond to your arguments or.
Not quite.
Oh, not
Still need to
quite.
address the statutory.
Oh, but I mean, just in
Oh, sure, yeah,
response
yeah,
to
yeah.
the sovereign immunity. Okay, Steve.
I guess just a follow-up to the follow-up.
Okay.
On the thing is, in your other duties, have you not served as in the same position of advisor to other boards and commissions in the community?
I have.
Those being?
I was the first paid director of NEST, the Nome Emergency Shelter Team that does the emergency shelters. Then I think I served on that board until 2017, maybe. I was a volunteer EMT responding until about 2016. And outside of the community, I also serve on the insurance association board that it's a pool that insures municipalities and as well as school districts. And I'm currently the chair of it.
And do you also then other boards and commissions, either currently or in the past, serve as the city liaison or similar to what you do to the council, to other boards and commissions over time? Maybe not presently, but have you in the past?
Yes, and this, you reminded me that from 2013 to 2015, I was in the Port Commission. And when I accepted this position, I stepped down from the Port Commission because I would be serving them as the secretary, as John is saying. I've done the same for the Public Safety Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission. And I've off and on throughout my tenure here as the city clerk.
Thank you. Steve?
Brian, do you remember what the tax bill was for 2022 that was contested for Norton Sound?
The tax bill?
Tax payment?
Yeah. No, the taxes that were at issue in the appeal in 2022.
I'm a little confused by the terminology you're using. My understanding is that what was at issue was the valuation rather than the tax bills. Tax bills were issued in mid-June of 2022, and Norton Sound paid those taxes.
I think it was about $96,000, right?
I need more information to be clear. Are you talking about? I think there's a 96. If you're talking about 96,000, that would be the block 116, block 115, where the NSHC operations and the patient hostel and I guess the sobering center currently are. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think that was the total tax that was due based on the denial of the exemptions that were at issue in the 2022 case. And that was before 2023 when the city decided to revoke the exemption for the hospital itself. So
Can I speak to
when you
that?
said when you said the percentage of property owned by Norton Sound is 25% of the local area, that includes the hospital itself, correct?
That is correct. It's about 76 million.
And did we revoke it or did we simply not get an application?
I requested information from Mr. Pardee, the CFO, and he did not get back to me in time that I had to put out the notice of assessment to ideally avoid the situation that we're in right now. Notice of assessments must go out at the middle to the end of March to be able to give the assessor enough time to deal with those prior to the BOE convening on the first Wednesday of May. If they don't go out, then things get backed up. We start pushing over limits, and now we don't even have a certified tax roll on which to base the city budget, which has been, it's usually the culminating, it culminates in May with we know them, so the city knows their full taxable figure, and they can set their budget and decide what services they're going to provide the community on that. I was on schedule. Mr. Pardee did not get back to me, so I revoked the exemption because I denied the application for exemption because I did not have the information on how big the cafeteria was inside the hospital.
May I just clarify one point? Mr. Pardee did get back to you within a very reasonable period of time.
It wasn't happy with it. He got back to me on March 29th, which is
But you
does
gave
not
him
mean money.
about 10 days, and that's what he utilized. I mean, it was a very short turnaround, and I don't think there was a communication from you that you needed it by X date. So that there is, so I don't want to leave the impression, that you were ignored. I mean, we did timely or reasonably, within a reasonable period of time, respond. But I think it remains the case that 100% of the hospital is non-exempt for 2023.
That is correct. And it has presented issues in the budgeting process.
Is there not a February 1 or so deadline that those applications are supposed to be submitted?
There is, and I believe we received the applications on February or on, I believe we received them on the 31st of January, 30th of the 31st of January. And then I requested additional information to be able to make my determination.
Okay, we've straightened that one out, Steve. Go ahead.
I have no more questions for Brian.
Charles, do you have any follow-up?
No. But I think that brings us to my remarks on AS 2945-03083.
Okay.
This is a new statute. I'll try to keep them short. In the Hanesh case that Ms. Pearson referenced,
The Alaska Supreme Court said, and I quote, "The exclusive use requirement also requires analysis of how the property is actually used." And in the Catholic bishop case, the Alaska Supreme Court identified the way you look at actually use is by looking at the direct and primary use of the property. And so what does that mean? Well, it's the direct and primary use, not the indirect use, not how it benefits something else, but the way the property is actually used. In another case where the property owner argued that the determination of use, and if it's an exempt use, should be done by looking at how it benefits the owner and how it furthers the owner's use, and specifically as a hospital, the Alaska Supreme Court rejected that in part because, and I quote, the court said, "It would extend the tax exemption to everything owned and used in some way by an exempt institution." And, my view is that's fundamentally the argument that Norton Sound is making, is that they're a hospital. If they own property and it helps them run a hospital, it's exempt. And, the Alaska Supreme Court has said, no, we don't look at how it benefits the owner. We look at the way the property is actually used. And in response to what is a hospital, so the statute, or the entire chapter, AS 2945, does not define hospital. In the absence of statutory definitions, Alaska courts use the common understanding of words. Last year, you determined that a hospital is an institution in which sick and injured people are given medical or surgical treatment. I think this is a good definition. I think you should use it this year as well. Norton Sound relies upon an AG's opinion that's not relevant, and I will briefly explain why. In that opinion, the Attorney General was being asked if a set of statutes that provide for the financing of all sorts of medical facilities, not just hospitals, would allow the state to spend money to buy a professional offices building that would be used by private doctors in service of other medical goals. So first, the AG opinion is not talking about taxation, number one. It's not talking about a statute. But most importantly, the AG concluded that this facility would qualify as a hospital, which would be in direct conflict with Alaska precedent in actually applying the statute, because the building that was deemed to be a hospital by the AG opinion was a building of professional offices used by doctors for their private practices, which is exactly what the Alaska Supreme Court said does not qualify as a hospital under AS 2945-030A3 in the Sisters of Charity case. So, this AG opinion is in direct conflict with controlling law of the statute, if it were actually to apply here, which is not, which is why it does actually conflict. But the reliance upon that is misplaced. It's not applicable here. My last note on what constitutes a hospital, again, in the Sisters of Charity case, the sisters argued and asked the Alaska Supreme Court to find that property, and I quote, reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital is exempt. And the Alaska Supreme Court said no. They said there are lots of out-of-state cases that follow this idea that if it is necessary, reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital, a lot of other states say, yeah, that's fine, that's exempt. Alaska said, no, that's not the standard we use. Our statute is narrow, it requires exclusive use, and this is broader than is allowed by our statute. So, insofar as there are arguments that, well, this building is reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of a generally recognized function or functions of a completely modern hospital, Alaska Supreme Court has already said that's not the applicable standard. So the applicable standard is it actually used for hospital purposes. Not does it serve a hospital, is it a hospital? And that's all I have on that.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Let me first address these last points made by council. We haven't argued, and you won't see that we've argued that the test is what is reasonably necessary. We have, I think, agreement that exclusive use describes the nature of the use, and that use has to be what is direct and primary to business purposes. So we're not arguing what is reasonably necessary. And how direct and primary is defined, we addressed earlier in our presentation and we have in the appeals. As to what is a hospital by definition, we would submit that I think that reliance on, for instance, authorities from the public health system, federal authorities, and other state authorities are better than reliance on the dictionary to define hospital. And importantly, CMS defines a hospital for all public health purposes as all the facilities operated in connection with the hospital that allow it to pursue and complete and achieve its hospital purposes. Council also argued that the focus is not on how the property benefits the owner. Again, we have not made that argument. We have made the point, I believe, successfully, that the focus is on the community benefit, and that Norton Sound Health Corporation provides significant benefit to the community, that operation of the facilities and the services occurring at each of the subject properties are part of its obligation in fulfilling its contract with IHS, and also integral to its delivery of healthcare. And just on that point, I want to just touch on one factor on the federal preemption test, and I'll allow Steve, of course, to follow up on what I have to say. But a lot of what council presented in his questioning of Bryant, of course, provides you with information on one side of the scale. You know, what are the benefits to Norton Sound Health Corporation from the tax base? But what was ignored in that are the benefits to the city on the other side of the scale. And by definition, under federal law, hospitals are given a tax exemption, recognized for their role in lessening the burdens of government. And in this case, Norton Sound has lessened the burdens of Nome, the city of Nome, and the community and around, and the 44,000 square mile service area for which it provides care, by providing hospital care to the Nome community, medical education, medical outreach, also housing, as the community health needs assessment has identified. Housing is a critical problem. There is insufficient housing stock, and it's necessary as an incentive to bring qualified medical professionals here to serve the community, to provide that housing, because there's insufficient housing. And additionally, Norton Sound brings a significant economic benefit to the community, bringing in a lot of business, a lot of tax dollars through its employment of, how many are employed?
Over 700 in the region, over 500 in Nome.
That's significant. So it's important not to just look at one side of the scale and to understand the multitude of benefits that Norton Sound Health Corporation provides the community. And the link that we've provided in our materials to the community health needs assessment, I think also delineates in greater detail, more than I have here this evening, all of the benefits of the work it does for the community. Steve?
Nothing to add. That was well said.
Question, I don't know, how many Norton Sound Health Corporation employees actually live in Nome? Live year-round, full-time, as opposed to transitioning in and out?
I don't have that number, but they all still, even if they're coming in, they're all paying rent for places.
I mean, I guess it sounds like you have a lot of housing units for traveling doctors, nurses. That's what I'm trying to get at. How many staff, and just rough number, that commute to Nome to work for Norton Sound as opposed to living here, and purchasing homes and rentals and things like that.
I'd have to get that number.
Okay.
I don't have it.
Make a couple quick comments and hopefully we can talk to Ms. Burton's absolutely correct. I was presenting one side because that's what the law calls for. Federal preemption doesn't look at the other benefits that having a hospital provides. What the Alaska Supreme Court said is you look at the city's interest in the taxation. So in some abstract way, I ignore the other side because that other side is not relevant to the legal inquiry. So I heard Ms. Pearson say that they've not made the argument that we should look at how the property benefits Norton Sound, and I just ask you to keep that in mind that they're not making that argument throughout. And I also heard it said that Norton Sound was not making the argument or taking the position that a hospital should include or exemption include that which is reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital. That's not the argument they're making, and then that's not their position. I just ask you to keep that in mind throughout.
Okay, so we're done with the first part of this and are ready to go into the first property then?
I am.
Yes.
Okay. This is at page 58, property known as Jack, which I guess must be the mineral survey name. And tax lot 192.1.120.
Okay. This is a vacant lot contiguous and adjacent to the hospital campus. It is owned by the hospital as part of its comprehensive plan for expansion of medical service. The exhibit of the community health needs assessment establishes that. Its use is restricted to the build-out of hospital services and facilities. This is one of those properties where the assessor indicated that this was appealed on the same grounds in 2022. That is incorrect. There was no application, 2022 application for exemption for this property. The property serves both hospital and charitable purposes. As I indicated, pursuant to the community health needs assessment, it is necessary for the expansion of care, the identified care needs. To meet those care needs, the hospital has to expand. It is intended, its intended use is only for hospital and charitable purposes. According to Alaska Supreme Court and Ketchikan Gateway versus Ketchikan Indian Corporation, the vacant status of the property is not an issue. The parcel is owned by the hospital as a general plan of improvement reasonably necessary or indirect and primary to its purposes as a hospital, and which has been established under similar jurisdictions with the same statutory and constitutional exemption regime as Alaska to be an exempt purpose, and we cite Norwegian American Hospital. And it's important to note in the court's majority in the Ketchikan Gateway case that I cited, that case looked at property that was vacant, but the intended use was for non-charitable purposes. And the majority, in citing to the dissent, said that the unused space, when used, if it was established to be intended for exempt purposes, then it would be exempt. And in that case, it wasn't. So, but in this case, we have established that its intended use is for exempt purposes. And I believe that the same federal law protections for sovereign immunity and federal preemption also apply to this parcel. And did you want to add anything more about that?
No, that's correct.
Ask a question?
Mhm.
So this property was neither exempt nor appealed in 2022, is that correct?
It was Norton Sound Health paid tax in 2022 on this
So it
property.
was taxable property in 2022, but you're requesting it to be exempt in 2023,
Yes.
primarily what has changed.
It has been determined to be part of, like I said, the comprehensive plan for expansion of medical services, and the CHNA, the Community Health Needs Assessment, has identified that there are unmet medical needs in the service area, Bering Strait Region Service Area, and the community here, and so expansion is necessary. So it is being held for that, and because of that is part of being utilized for hospital purposes and charitable purposes. The funding agreement with the IHS identifies specifically capital projects and expansion as an obligation, and under the funding agreement, that the funding agreement allows for the expansion for the hospital to meet its ISDEA obligations. So on those two bases, we're applying this year, and we didn't last year.
And so, but the same factors are.
Hold on one second. This is Dan Party. I want to correct the record. For the Jack, Thelma, and Gold Hill, those first three properties, we applied for exemptions in 2022 on all three of those, and we were denied. But we are doing it again for 2023.
So for the same reasons then,
Mhm.
essentially, that you applied in 2022, applying for it. And the one other question, have you identified a specific purpose for this parcel? Or is it just generally held for Norton Sound for future expansion, but you don't have a specific purpose for this parcel?
I'll defer to Dan or Angie on the specific plan.
Of gold,
This is Jack.
we need a better description.
It's Gold Hill.
Oh, Gold Hill.
Housing, Norton Sound's goal is to build at least 3 20-plex units on our campus. And so we're still mapping out exactly where those units are gonna go, but we'd like them to be situated in close proximity to the 20-plex that we purchased in December.
Okay, Charles.
Sure. Couple of points. So first of all, my colleague was talking about the Ketchikan Gateway case, and it was, I think, misstated as to what that case is about. So first of all, that case has nothing to do with use exemption under AS 2945-030A3. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about hospital use or charitable use. Case has nothing to do with that. That case has to do with federal preemption only. And so when it was said that the court said that, that it's vacant isn't a problem because, you have a future use for it, that may be true for federal preemption. That's not at all true. At least there's no relevance in that case for exemption under the exclusive use statute. And I want that to be clear, that when that case, the court was talking about vacant property in that case, it had nothing to do with exemption under the exclusive use statute. So what you have to look at here is how is this property actually used? And what I'm hearing is it's actually used as being held for future development. Well, real estate speculation is not a hospital. Holding real estate for future development is not a charitable use. There's no public benefit that accrues from undeveloped land just sitting there. That's all I have to say about this property.
Any rebuttal?
No.
Yeah, it would have been good if we had had a map to know where these things are, because, so we know if it's on the east side or the west side, or, could you pull up the map there so we can, see that? That'd be great. And then, I failed to ask the question, I think it was when you were talking, about the, definition of a hospital, Wendy. You
Mhm.
mentioned CMS, and I don't know what CMS is.
Center for Medicare,
Medicaid and Medicare services.
Services,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll get a map up so we can see for the next one, but we might as well move on then to 192.1.125.
Just to
And,
clarify again, we're going to hear all of these and then we're gonna make a decision on all of them entirely together.
yeah, we will take and then deliberate on all of these appeals and come back for a decision. So the next one,
Hey, John, can you hold up? We're just looking to,
oh,
I
okay.
thought you had it. Just looking to see, before we move on, to see which one the Jack,
Oh, okay.
is it called the Jack lot?
Jack looks like it's the one there by the apartment building. Is that what I'm reading, or?
Jack Clem Placer.
Gold Hill, sure.
Oh, okay. And what's the one by the current apartment building over there on the other side?
Juanita Bench.
That one? Juanita? Okay. And so we're gonna look at 192.1.125. Can we, that is known as,
This will make it a little bit tough for me because I can access our property records or the Mars system, which can help locate these a little bit better without familiarity with the lots.
so 155 is Thelma? See Thelma on there?
Yes, here we are.
Okay. That's right next to Jack. Okay. Jack is 20 acres, and this one here is,
Right over where my kids used to sled and spend a lot of their time snow machining.
Right.
Mayor Hanlon, so I need to apologize. This one is Gold Hill. The last one is described as Thelma.
They're right by each other. I mean, it's all kind of the
That's
same.
all part of it.
it's all gold.
It's all
Yeah, I just-
that's what it's used for. It's okay. I would have considered them together.
Okay, all right, let's move on then with this particular one here, which is Thelma, as I just stated.
125, yep, same thing as the 120, which we have identified as Jack. So part of the plan for comprehensive plan for medical service expansion pursuant to the needs identified in the community health needs assessment. So basically the same arguments as with the Jack.
Charles, are your arguments all the
Yeah,
same?
for both, I mean, this property and the next one, I would just
Yeah.
reiterate the same.
For all three of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so without objection then, the testimony that was given for 192.1.120 will also be considered the testimony for 192.1.125 and 192.1.130. So that moves us, wow, to page 349. All right, and this is Gold Hill itself.
Um,
Oh, but there's.
This is a sevenplex. Should be right.
That's what I heard. F, I think we're skipping.
Oh, I'm sorry, number 4 on your list, block 91. The sevenplex, other in former life known as the lawyer's apartment.
Say, Mayor Hanlon, I just had one question if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm wanting to understand, with the reference to the community health needs assessment in support of these applications, is Norton Sound suggesting that if the board opens and goes through the community health needs assessment, they're going to see a specific reference to a plan to build 3 20-plex housing units on property adjacent to the hospital? Like, is that part of this community health needs assessment?
Housing expansion is part of the community health needs assessment, an expansion of housing also for, or specifically for the medical professionals.
But not specifically with reference to these 3 properties in that assessment, just as a general.
Not to my knowledge, but no, it wouldn't be, there wouldn't be a reference to the specific properties, just to the specific needs. And so these properties are meeting those needs.
Thanks. Yeah, all right.
Okay, I believe this one was appealed last year as well.
So, and this property has the same uses in 2022, or excuse me, 2023 as it had in 2022. It houses doctors and visiting nurses. It has close proximity to the hospital, which is important because the doctors are on call and nurses, but doctors particularly on call and on month-off rotations. That's 24-hour call. So the proximity is important. The free housing or the housing, I should say, is a necessary incentive to attract the needed medical professionals. And we've provided an exhibit, for instance, with AV staffing, where Norton Sound Health has to provide housing as part of the contract. There is insufficient short-term housing available in Nome, as identified in the community health needs assessment, which, by the way, the health needs assessment is, contributors to the health needs assessment include numerous interested parties and stakeholders and community leaders and individuals. And so it's not just developed by Norton Sound Health Corporation. It draws on a number of experts and stakeholders in the community to provide the data. without providing the housing, as I mentioned, Norton Sound Health Corporation could not sufficiently staff its medical services in its hospital. A small percentage of the property is rented to new hires. For the first 30 days, it is a taxed benefit, and then they're charged nominal rent after 30 days. So there's an exhibit in your material that shows the payroll deduction for the period during the first 30 days. No rent is charged to visiting medical professionals. No profit is made on the rent. It is considered by federal law revenue related to the exempt purposes of the hospital. As you'll see in the Form 990, we provided in part that identifies this as related revenue. And then the exhibit that we provided with the financial analysis shows that the costs of maintaining these properties exceeds the rental revenue. Per the funding agreement with IHS at section 3.5, NSHC is required to provide staff housing. And the staff housing in this property is listed in Exhibit B, or the appendix to that funding agreement, as a property specifically being utilized to fulfill NSHC's obligation under the funding agreement. So based on all of these factors, the property meets the charitable purposes exemption because, as I mentioned, it is specifically identified in the funding agreement as property being used to fulfill the ISDEA obligations. And for the Fairbanks versus Anash case, fulfillment of ISDEA contracts is considered by Alaska to meet the charitable purposes requirements of the statute. It also serves hospital purposes. Of course, a hospital can't function without sufficient staff. As mentioned, to retain and attract the staff that the hospital needs, it's necessary to provide the housing. And it's important also to note that it's a bit of a red herring for the assessor to argue that there is adequate alternatives to the housing provided by Norton Sound Health Corporation. A number have found that when hospitals have housing as part of their functions, services, and activities, it is not legally necessary to establish that there are alternatives to that housing. And those cases are cited in our material and include Cedars of Lebanon and St. Joseph's Hospital. Staff housing facility is by definition part of the hospital under the CMS definition. And I know the assessor disagrees with the Attorney General of Alaska having a relevant view on what the term hospital means, but we have cited that opinion as well. And Cedars of Lebanon also establishes that housing is part of a hospital by definition. And it's important, I think, again, to reiterate that the use of this property as staff housing does not mean that it serves only housing purposes. It serves hospital purposes. Hospital purposes are broadly defined, and there are many uses to which a property can be put that meet hospital purposes and are direct and primary to the hospital purposes. And that would be the case here for this sevenplex. So that's all we have to say on that property.
Thank you. Can we hear from Charles?
Yeah.
Sure. So I just want to point out, I don't disagree with the AG opinion. The AG opinion has no relevance to this issue. Beyond that, so it's unclear to me how providing medical professionals and having them pay rent is a charitable purpose. And the no case in Alaska has published Supreme Court case, I can't speak to every case ever decided, has found that housing for medical professionals is a hospital. As this building existed in 2011 under a different ownership, I don't understand how, when it was acquired, it just instantly became a hospital when the building stayed the same. It's a strange phenomenon to me. But the more to the point, Alaska Statute 2945030C says property described in A3 or 4 of this section from which income is derived is exempt only if that income is solely from use of the property by nonprofit religious, charitable, hospital, or educational groups. That is not the use of this property. It's not how the income is being derived. Individuals are paying rent. That they work for a hospital does not make them a hospital. So because this property is used to generate revenue, it doesn't matter if it's for a profit motive, it is used from which income is derived. It can only be exempt if that income is solely from use of the property by nonprofit religious, charitable, hospital, or educational groups. The revenue that's being provided is not from any of those people, entities. It is coming from individuals as employees, which also gets to how this property is actually used. It is housing, right? Like there's no medical services providing there. It's housing the same as the people who rented from Bryant. His house is not a hospital. So the actual use of this property is by individuals who live there. There's nothing in the record that shows that Norton Sound employees are required to live there. Also, as my colleague pointed out, they submitted a document that sort of governs, similar to a lease. And what it says is that the benefit is taxable to the employee. So that means it's as a fringe benefit, it's income tax that's taxed to the employee, which actually shows that the federal government would seem to believe that this is for the employee. You usually don't pay income tax for things that are for your employer. So the fact that Norton Sound is stating that their employees have to pay income tax on this benefit demonstrates that the benefit, the use is by the employee for the employee. It's not for Norton Sound.
Member Henderson, you had.
I just saw you finished. I didn't.
I would ask the board to find that the actual use of this property is residential use. And further that the income that is derived from the property is not derived from use of the property by nonprofit, religious, charitable, hospital, or educational groups.
Earlier, they indicated that employees, Norton Sound employees, I assume that are on call, have to live within they have to be close. Is there a requirement on how close they can be? Or they should be? You know, a lot of employers will have requirements. As long as you're in cell phone range and you can be called, that's fine. Is there a requirement that doctors or nurses have to be within a certain distance of the hospital?
We typically say response time is 20 minutes. If you're on call, you gotta get to campus within 20 minutes.
So basically, anywhere within Nome proper and the local subdivisions around it, ICVU, DOT, would probably qualify for being close enough for these employees to respond within 20 minutes.
We don't have a lot of concerns
Great, okay.
around response time.
So one of the things you mentioned earlier, that employees, and I assume it's all employers, or maybe it's a particular class of employees, don't pay full rent, what I would call full market rent. They have a subsidized rent or something. Is that rent based on a certain formula, or is it basically individual to contracts, negotiations? Like if you have, if you're renting a two-bedroom apartment, they're not paying market rents. They're paying you indicated earlier, it was a subsidized rate.
I don't believe I did, but I think that, I don't know that the market or
Less
the
than
rent is market rate, no.
Well, there's different categories. So if I moved to Nome, and I know he referenced that we tax as a benefit, and we do, because we offer any new employee 30 days of free housing, but we have to tax that. So that's where that comes from. After the first 30 days, they are required to pay the full cost of that housing. It's what we're charged for rent. It would be utilities, everything included. And that's the incentive for those employees to go find something else. Otherwise, everybody would rely on the housing that we have available, and we don't have enough available to help everybody, and there's also not a solution.
Right.
So
if
it is actually, it's the full cost of the rent, and that's what they're paying.
So if Norton Sound's leasing a private unit for $2,000 a month, that employee will pay that $2,000 a month.
That's what they're
as long as
charged.
you're in there after 30 days.
Yes. Yep.
And you earlier said that you're not required, I don't remember which specific argument it was, that the assessor indicated that there are adequate alternatives to Norton Sound housing, owned housing, I'm assuming. You said that's not a requirement, or the red herring, I think you called it.
Yeah, it's not a legal requirement to establish, entitlement to the tax exemption, to show that in the case of a hospital that provides housing in order to facilitate, sort of their integrated care model, or to facilitate the proximity of the doctors and nurses to meet their on-call requirements and so on and so forth, that it's not a requirement to show that there are no other alternatives in the community. And at least two cases that we cite.
And apparently the assessor disagrees with you on that.
Yeah.
Last question. Do non-employees ever stay in this housing that we're talking about, this unit that we're talking about?
No. And the unit we're talking about is very specific to physician assistants, nurse practitioners, or physicians. And that's all you're gonna find in that housing.
May I just address one point made by Mr. Cassiola? The reference to Alaska Statute 29.45030C, I would just differ with Mr. Cassiola. His construction of the statute is incorrect. Use by a nonprofit is occurring here. That C, subsection C, if you look at the legislative history, is intended to address situations where a nonprofit, like in Sisters of Charity, rents their property out to another entity for their own commercial use. And in this case, in Sisters of Charity, it was for private doctors' commercial use. It is not meant to preclude a nonprofit from generating revenue from the use, from its own use of the property. And it's important to understand that the Form 990 that we provided you shows that this property is reported to the federal government as being used by Norton Sound Health Corporation. All those revenues are reported to the federal government, and the federal government has determined that all those revenues are related income, meaning they are related to its tax exempt purposes. Alternatively, if the federal government had found that those rentals are not part of its hospital purposes or the rental revenue, it would find that it would have to be reported as unrelated business income and taxed. It is not reported that way. and is reported as operated by Norton Sound Health as a charitable and nonprofit hospital. So I just wanted to correct that.
Are there any further questions?
Regarding the 990s, has the, historically, I think the lawyer's apartment used to be rented to people outside of North Sound, maybe when the housing wasn't as needed or something. Argument that was then that it was treated, then what you're saying it was most likely treated differently on the 990s.
Probably was, yeah. I don't know, but that's speculation on my part because I don't know when that happened. And
When we assumed it, there were some prior tenants. We assumed it was some existing individuals, and then we eventually placed our own.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's nothing further on that one there, 001221.05A, we'll move on to one.
I did have one question on this one, John. It's,
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to make sure I understand when a new employee stays over, beyond the 30 days in this particular building, what is the rent that they have to pay?
I need to
They
look
would
at
be
the lease.
assessed a daily, they would be assessed a daily rate.
So the document Norton Sound provided says a daily rate of $53.33, biweekly rate of $800.
Okay, so 1,600 a month. Okay, thanks.
Well, it's $17.33 a month, actually.
Give or take.
You're overlapping pay periods there, Charles.
And one thing I want to point out is that that rate would differ by unit, by size of the unit.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Just out of curiosity on the you noted in there about the employees having that added to their wages for their taxable wages. You also mentioned doctors stay there free of charge? No? Doctors pay?
No, that unit, I don't know how many units are currently rented. I'd have to get that information, but that unit, we place employees, so not the transient
Employees that are
contractors.
Transitional that are maybe needing 30 days to stay somewhere.
Well, if they're new to Nome, all employees are gonna get their first 30 days, no charge. And then after, on day 31, for this unit, we would establish a lease, so there's actually a lease between Norton Sound and the tenant. And then they make payroll deductions for their apartment space.
And I noticed from your financial analysis on this particular one, it does show about depreciation has a positive cash flow. On the rental schedule, that it's not, like most rental properties, they have positive cash flows, and then when you add depreciation, it ends up being negative. Where you're saying it's expenses paid by the corporation, but in reality, I don't know how that originally was paid, but with a grant or with other unrestricted funds when we first bought it back in 2011. But without depreciation, it has a positive cash flow entity. It's like what most people out there in the business of renting would hope to have in their rents. Just a statement, not necessarily a question.
Okay, Brooks was satisfied, Wendy and Charles are satisfied.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on then. The next one is at page 460, and this is property 192.1085. with a land value of 192.3 and a building of 4.5 and change. Hear from you on that one?
Sure, yep. Okay, so this is the 20-plex, so newly acquired. So this was not an issue in 2022. So same sort of thing as with the, same arguments as effectively as with the 7-plex, staff housing, same sort of 30-day, 30 days, first 30 days provided as a fringe benefit and then rent paid after. I'm going to emphasize, same with this, as with the 7-plex. This is a necessary incentive to attract the staff needed to operate the hospital. And it's a significant retention factor, and as exhibited by the contracts that we've provided, the AB staffing, and also, and this one, we also provided the new hire corporate housing responsibility document. Same thing, the corporate housing analysis shows that it is a net loss, including depreciation, of course. And so the same basis for charitable and hospital purpose exemptions as applied to the 7-plex apply here as well. And the same federal law preemption and sovereign immunity arguments apply here.
Thank you. So just a couple of quick comments. As this person said, largely the same as the 7-plex, or 3 times the same. So interestingly, as was pointed out, without depreciation, it does show that they turn a $19,000 profit. And then if you actually exclude property tax, which in their operating costs is specified as $56,492, that then turns into a profit of $75,492. Again, sort of to reiterate, it's in the materials that prior to Northern Sound acquiring this in December 2022, they rented 18 of the 20 units. What's changed other than who holds title? So I don't know how when you record a deed, a 20-plex turns into a hospital. It's like maybe they didn't pay attention enough in the catechism for how transubstantiation works. That's it.
Okay. I think we could.
Oh, I was just going to ask, you indicated that this 20-plex is necessary to attract employees. And from that, I guess the inference is that there's not other available units on the market in Nome to satisfy your need. Is that what you meant?
Well, certainly that could be part of it, but there's other factors. It's the proximity and the convenience to make your, on-call requirements and obligations, and it's attracting the talent needed from outside the Nome area. It's an important incentive.
Of that particular unit and not necessarily other. My question was really centered around, are there other alternatives in Nome to satisfy that need, the housing need to attract the employees? And you indicated you needed this 20-plex, or at least that's what I inferred from your statement.
Right, and it's probably, I believe in our materials or in the application, it stated that it's certainly a good business decision. There's a lot of money paid for third-party rentals, and so it's a good business decision not to have to pay that much, to lower costs so you can invest more of your income and revenue into the provision of medical care. So, so in that way, the 20-plex was important. Also, to reduce operating costs and carrying costs and its proximity. And as mentioned, from Morton Sound Healthcare's Health Corporation's point of view, there is insufficient adequate housing in the Nome area. So taking all those together, it's important for it to achieve its hospital purposes with that property. And I'll just say one more thing, that the funding agreement also states that staff housing is required to be provided, legally required to be provided.
So
So I
not
don't
necessarily owned by the hospital, but provided.
provided.
I'll agree with the business part of your argument, that was probably a good business decision, you know, compared to paying rent, but the argument that it provided more housing doesn't hold water because they already had 18 of the 20 units. So they already were given that, already held that housing in place. It's just that they chose, in that case, the owner of the property rented out, collected rents, paid property taxes and other things, whatever. So really, it's just a change of ownership from the private owner to Norton Sound for a business decision by Norton Sound, which I agree is wise. So that you can free up more money to maybe provide other healthcare, and maybe hopefully it will cost the hospital less than what they're paying in rent. But I don't know if I can't see the argument about providing more housing because they already held the housing.
I hear what you're saying.
So anyway, I'm just trying to get around that and get that around that idea, what makes it exempt, you know. But I see the exemption thing, part of it is the federal thing, which the argument is, and the other is the exempt purpose of it being a hospital providing facility, basically, or health providing facility because of the housing.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and I think it's important, again, to look at both foundations for exemption, charitable and hospital. And it's pretty clear from Alaska law point of view that fulfilling the ISDEAA, which is to includes providing staff housing, is a charitable purpose.
If you don't mind, I have a follow-up question on Mark's. When Norton Sound bought the 20-plex, you had 18 units, doctors, nurses, employees in there. And I'm assuming a lot of the folks that were in there while you were renting the building stayed there after you purchased the building, correct? I would assume.
Dan can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was 2 tenants that remained, and I think we're down to just 1 that's not Norton Sound employed.
No, I meant Norton Sound. The question I was going to ask is, did the rent, you indicated earlier that basically when you're renting properties for housing, you're basically after 30 days passing on the full cost of that housing to your employees. And my question is, once you purchased the building, did the rents charged to your employees change?
Dan, did you hear that question?
Yes, I did. This is Dan. No, we kept the same structure that was in place prior to us buying it.
Okay, so employees are still paying the same rents or out of their paychecks or whatnot as before when you rented the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks.
So those will come up for increases down the road, but as of now, they're paying the same rent that they did the previous, I think we bought it in mid-December, so whatever their rental agreements were for, November, December, we honored those going forward.
Okay,
Can I add one more statement?
sure.
When we purchased the building, it also came with prepared utilities and the set of plans to build another building that mirrors the existing one. So the plan is to add additional housing. So we will be adding, and that's our goal, is to be able to provide more housing with that purchase.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to page 707. And this is tax lot 001.115.01.
Okay, this is referred to as Kuski. Same uses of this property as were in 2022. This property has a deed from.
Wendy,
Yeah.
Wendy,
Yeah.
hold on. He read the wrong lot number.
Oh, okay.
For the that Tusky house should be 001.131.01A.
Skip. Oh, did I skip 571? I had it in my hand and checked it off. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, are we on
Okay,
01A?
so, correction, I thank you.
Kuski?
001.131.051, and we're actually at page 571.
Wait,
No.
05, wait.
Are we on?
Page 571,
Item H.
item H, 001.131.01A.
It is Kuxi House.
01A, okay. So we're at Kuski. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. This property was deeded to Norton Sound Health from the federal government and has a covenant, restricted covenant running with the land that it has to be used only for health purposes. That covenant has not been found to be in violation. This is used for housing and training for village-based clinic employees, including doctors, nurses, health aides, EMTs. We provided the exhibit that identifies the housing list of employees. Pursuant to the funding agreement at section 3.2.10, this fulfills Norton Sound's contractual obligation to provide services and training of village health aides. And also at 3.2.16 of the funding agreement, fulfills its obligation for training NSHC employees and beneficiaries. We have provided an exhibit that shows a training schedule, which establishes that training actually occurs at this location. This use of this property is also required to conduct the Indian Health Services Community Health Aid Program, CHAP. And that's in its funding agreement at section 3.4. This property occasionally houses contract labor, and you'll see the exhibit for AB staffing. It's required as a condition for their employment. Again, without this housing and training location, Norton Sound couldn't accomplish its charitable and hospital purposes. It is required to train these village health services providers, and also to provide staff housing, as we indicated. No rent is collected at this location. You would see an exhibit with a corporate analysis that identifies that. As to use for housing, it's the same legal reasoning as with the 7-plex and the 20-plex, that it meets the charitable and hospital purposes for staff housing. As to its use for training, importantly, I want to point out that the bylaws for Norton Sound Health identify training of healing arts personnel as specifically one of the purposes for which it received its exempt status by the federal government under 501c3. So that by definition, then, it means it's direct and primary to its hospital purposes. And training is required to fulfill its ISDEAA obligations, which makes it utilization of the property consistent with the charitable purposes requirement of Alaska law. And then the same federal law protections apply to this property.
Thank you, Charles.
Sure, just confirm, because I think I made a mistake here. The training does actually occur, or I thought it was just housing and then they trained elsewhere, but it does actually occur at the house.
Mhm.
Fair enough. I don't think it changes anything, but good to know. It's certainly not used solely for training. It's used for housing. The housing is the direct and primary use. Again, that the actual use is housing, it's not a hospital, it's not charitable. The use is housing for employees, for personnel. Some of the list of person says traveler. I don't know if that's like a traveling nurse or something. I'm uncertain. But it fails to meet the requirements of charitable use. There's no public benefit, occurring on this property. And this gets back to the point I raised initially, which is the idea isn't how it benefits Norton Sound generally, which they said they're not arguing. So what is the actual use on this property is housing. That's not charitable and it's not a hospital use.
Can I follow up on that question? What is it? I'm familiar with this particular property because my wife used to work for Norton Sound for 15 years and worked at the Kusky House when it used to be under a different function than what it presently is, it sounds like. And so I've been in that property, I'm familiar with it. Is it used as a training facility or used to house training people that are
I would
coming in
say
for training?
housing for training contractors,
Yes.
specialists that come up to provide training not only for us, but also for the city of Nome,
Okay.
for the ambulance service.
But, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, on the application, it also states that training occurs there?
I don't, no, it was, we compiled a list of, we submitted a list of the employees that have come in by quarter from the villages and then supplied the calendar in which what trainings they were attending. But those trainings were occurring up at the wellness center.
Okay, well then I need to correct my statement, so it's housing for trainees.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. And I just want to say, I don't want, council's statement about, to be misconstrued when he says the hospital's not using it for its benefit. What precisely the hospital is doing is using it for its own purposes, is the test. And the test is not whether it's using it for its benefit. It's using the property for its own purposes, for its own charitable purposes, and its own hospital purposes.
Is rent charged to people when they stay at this particular facility?
I don't believe it is. Dan, can you confirm that? I don't think we charge any rent at that facility.
No, based on the conveyance of that property to Norton Sound, we were barred from collecting any rents. So no revenues generated.
I think there's just respond to that. So that's not the test. The test is the actual use. The Alaska Supreme Court has explicitly rejected the owner's use when the owner's use is not what's actually occurring on the property, but how the owner benefits from that use. And that's precisely what Norton Sound is arguing, and it's not the test. The test is how the property is actually used, not how that provides a benefit to the owner. Once again, in Sisters of Providence versus Municipality of Anchorage, 672 PD 446, the Alaska Supreme Court explicitly rejected the owner's use test.
And I think that's consistent with what I wanted to emphasize in the very beginning, which is not the use, it's the purposes. It is used for the owner's purposes, which are charitable and hospital purposes.
Which has no basis in Alaska law.
Fairbanks, North Star versus Panache.
I believe you'll find that what they're talking about there is income, because that test applies when you have a income generating activity.
Not exclusively, that's not how the case is. But the case establishes that that the test is not charitable use, that it's charitable purposes, and that it would be improper to conflate the two. And I think it's important to also go back to the legislative history. Again, we've cited that legislative history. If you look at the framers, the constitutional exemption said the key is to focus on how the property, whether the property is used for the organization's own purposes, or whether they rent it out to some third party and make money off of third parties' commercial use of that property. If it's used for its own purposes and is consistent with its charitable purposes or hospital purposes, then it is exempt. So I just differ with council's interpretation.
Okay, pages 571 to 706, we're now done with. And 707 starts with 001. Looks like it must be the hospital, huh?
Operations building.
Oh, operations
Uh-huh.
building? Am I missing one again here?
Are we on
We're
lot
I.
1A, 116 lot 1A? Are we on that?
That's what I have.
Yep.
Okay,
Is that
all
the
right.
operation center?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this property has 3 buildings referred to as ops, operations, wellness, and the patient hospital. So let me take them. First, the patient hospital.
Hospital or hostel?
Hostel, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Patient hostel. Significant portion of this property was exempt in 2022, and it has effectively the same uses as in 2022. It houses patients of the hospital who are being provided care, and those patients come from within the 44,000 square mile service area that Norton Sound serves. There are 2 wings. We provided a blueprint. The east wing is had historically been pre-admission for maternity patients and has since been serving as a COVID-19 isolation area. The west wing is for general pre-admission patients. The hostels serves both pre and post patient support, so pre and post admission support. It serves medical, diet, and other medically related support incident to care. This is part of the integrated care model, if you will. Its proximity to the hospital is a key attribute for access between the physician and the patients. Average stay is 2 to 3 days. The funding agreement with IHS at section 3.2.14 requires Norton Sound to provide lodging for patients, family members of patients, and their escorts. Specifically identifies this property, the patient hospital, as being utilized to fulfill the ISDEAA contract requirements. In terms of the exemption analysis, it's meeting its charitable purposes because it's being utilized to fulfill its ISDEAA obligations pursuant to the Fairbanks versus Hanash case. And as I mentioned, care of patients is integrated with their housing in both pre and post admission support, and thus its direct and primary purpose is for hospital purposes. The federal law protections are the same for this property. I'll just go through all 3, and then the other building is wellness. This was tax exempt, fully tax exempt in 2022, and the uses are the same. Wellness provides behavioral health services, a day shelter and sobering services, EMT training. It's part of the hospital license for continuum of care services. The funding agreement with IHS at 3.3 requires Norton Sound to provide behavioral health services, and that's what the functions and services of this property are for. Again, in terms of the exempt analysis, this is required to fulfill its ISDEAA obligations. And of course, the provision of behavioral health care, it meets even the assessor's narrow definition of what constitutes a hospital, as there's direct provision of care to patients occurring here. The federal protections are the same. And then finally, the central services or the ops building. This was tax exempt in 2022. The same uses in 2023 with the exception that COVID testing is no longer occurring at this location. This is where maintenance, sanitation, and corporate staff are located. Of course, all of this administration is necessary to effectuate the delivery of care. Without administration, the hospital cannot operate without maintenance and sanitation as well. And pursuant to the funding agreement at section 3.5, Norton Sound is required to provide support to meet its obligations under the ISDEAA contract. In terms of the exemption analysis, as I stated, if you don't have operational infrastructure, then you can't function and for hospital purposes. A hospital by definition, from a federal public health point of view by CMS and other authorities is the hospital by definition. And this administrative and support functions have no other purpose other than hospital purposes. And its charitable purposes are met by meeting the ISDEAA obligations. And the federal law protections are the same for this building. So that's for this property.
Thank you, Charles.
Sure. So once again, I want to point out that the Alaska Supreme Court has explicitly rejected considering as a hospital that, quote, which is reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital. That alone does not constitute hospital property. Alaska Supreme Court rejected that. And Norton Sound said they weren't arguing that. And to be fair, they're not. They're just instead using a federal definition that has the same effect. I don't think that changes the law of Alaska. The Alaska Supreme Court has said that just because a facility is reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital does not make it a hospital. This is not a hospital. Certainly the operations center is not a hospital. So the question then is this vitally necessary to the exempt use of other property? And the applicant has the burden of proving that, and it is not done so. While there are components of this that may be arguably a hospital, or honestly, I don't think they are, but there's a strong argument that some components of it are charitable use. There's insufficient information to spatially partition these areas from the remainder. And briefly about contractual obligations under, or the entity's contractual obligations. In the Hanash case, the Alaska Supreme Court did not rule that anything done in this context is a charitable. What it actually said is, we conclude that TCC's activities in satisfying its self-determination and contracts with the government are motivated by purposes that are properly characterized as charitable. That does not necessarily mean that any other entity's activities are also charitable.
So just for clarification, these three buildings are all on one taxable property, right? And that's why they're kind of all shown together.
Mhm.
And it says that they were tax exempt in 2022 or deemed to be tax exempt in 2022.
Correct. Ops was entirely, wellness was entirely, and the patient hospital significantly, but not entirely.
Well, I guess my question is what changed to 2023 that they're not exempt? I mean, there must be a reason for change.
But not to our knowledge, the uses are the same, and we were not given a basis for not exempting them and nor asked any questions about apportionment or anything of that sort.
Maybe Brian can answer that. They were exempt in 2022 and they're not exempt in 2023. I'm trying to understand why.
My understanding is that the coming out of COVID and no details for spatial apportionment.
The fact that the operations center was used as the COVID testing center gave it a different purpose of hospital services and
My limited understanding, yes.
and the fact that it's no longer used that way, it becomes just an operations center, but because it's part of on one lot, that makes all of the rest of the property not tax exempt as well, or?
We need specific information about the uses in each building and by square footage to be able to spatially apportion.
Which you didn't receive, is that what you're saying?
May I just follow up on that? There was no request for any spatial information about these buildings. So we would have gladly provided it.
I guess it's standard that it's been provided every year in the past, and I don't know, do we ask for it every year, or do they just give it to us?
We discussed it in 2022, and I can't say at the moment whether or not it was provided. I have not been able to locate those documents.
Okay, well, maybe this one is settled, but for future reference, please provide that.
And also for clarification, when you have these are all on one tax lot property,
At the request of Norton Sound Health Corporation, it was, all the lot lines were extinguished and made one lot.
was it previously several lots?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have different uses, like 3 buildings with different uses on one property, can you exempt one building and not exempt the other buildings?
Yeah.
Yes.
May I just for clarification, what the wellness building, which provides behavioral services, what apportionment information, I mean, what would be the basis for not exempting it, and what apportionment information would you expect?
I think we're getting into the nitty gritty at this point in time. I mean, if that's 100%, I mean, if the purposes that you state are 100%, we wouldn't need it. I mean, if you've laid down the programs, I would think, but I mean, if you have I don't know, whatever they need to do their job.
This is Dan. I
Dan.
filled out the exemption request in 2022 and 2023 for this piece of property that has the hostel, wellness and training center, and Nome Ops. It's the duplicate information from 2022 supplied for 2023 with a notation that the Nome Operations Center was no longer performing COVID testing. So I don't know what Bryant is insinuating further he would need.
I guess each application each year is a new one, so we would not necessarily, if there was not information provided with the 2023 application, I don't think normally we go back. A new application is complete. Let's not, we can figure that one out. That's administrative issue.
I've got some questions here, John. First,
Yep.
I'm trying to understand, is it the city of Nome's position that the wellness building is taxable?
It was
And
not
if so-
taxable last year.
Right, but it sounds like the city of Nome is saying that it is taxable this year, and I think we need to understand why it is taxable this year.
I think that
So, I've not made a specific determination as to the wellness center because I determined that other portions of the property are not exempt and there is no information that enables us to spatially apportion those portions of the property that are used for exempt purposes from those that are not. And because there is not sufficient information to make that determination, I did not make a further determination as to whether the wellness center specifically qualifies for exemption. Because again, without knowing what portion of the property or specifically the value that is used for non-exempt purposes is no longer feasible to make that calculation.
Question regarding your, what you,
Are you saying that a portion of the wellness building is used for non-exempt purposes, or are you saying that the wellness building is a portion of the entire property?
That's correct, yes. There is one, treated as one tax lot, one property that has three separate buildings on it. One building is a hostel, the other is a wellness center, and the third is the maintenance, sanitations, and corporate housing office, or the operations center. All are on one parcel and all are, for tax purposes, treated as one property.
I don't have the exemption for the assessment form, but did the assessor lump the value of all three buildings together and come up with one figure, or did the assessor provide a separate valuation for each building?
It's page 713 in the packet, and it's all lumped together.
So if the Board of Equalization was going to do an exercise in spatial apportionment, they would have to have information about the relative value or the relative square footage of each of the three structures in the record. Is that in the record now or not?
Able to locate it in the record.
Right?
it is not in the record.
Go ahead.
Right.
I had a question for the assessor. We went through a process yesterday with another appellant where there was a sheet provided by the appellant that he asked for, where you broke down certain parts of his property for certain values. And I'm wondering, for this property, when you did your assessment, did you break down certain buildings on the property to come up with a
Each
total?
each of these three buildings has its own value.
Which you noted in some fashion, it's just not part of our.
And part of your packet, it should be in the Mars file. Because that's the electronic system that we use, would have the buildings each listed separately. That's how we do it. We don't just say, there's three buildings, their composite is 25,000 square feet, and we value it as a lump, each building does.
Well, I understand it's shown that way because it's all on one property, that's why it's all added together as total cost of improvements and total cost of land.
Right, but each building
But
is
you
broken down.
do an assessment of each building so that data may be available for us to help for our deliberations.
The data, yeah, we could get a copy of the Mars deal and should put that in the record.
I'm gonna go find it now.
If I may, I think if we could share the screen maybe from my computer, add me, I can go through the Mars and it's easy enough to add it so that everyone can view the screen. And it'd be a lot faster than printing
Well, we just need a printout that we can actually put into the packet here.
for each property would be
No.
helpful. or just-
Well, there should be just
No,
one
should
for
just
tax
one.
lot 001.115.01.
Yeah, the property card.
May I just,
Here, you want this?
may I just raise a point of concern? So when the agenda was posted last night, it included on the appeal form a handwritten determination by the assessor. And that was the first time that Norton Sound had ever seen what the assessor's reasoning was. And the reasoning listed in that form for this and all the properties is the same, that one, the BOE considers only matters of valuation. Two, that each property was appealed on the same grounds in 2022. And three, that the issue is pending in 22 before court and not yet resolved. That was the basis. There was no mention that there was a failure to provide information related to apportionment. But more importantly, we never had an opportunity to provide any other information. As I mentioned, if we'd been asked for apportionment information, we would have been provided it, but we didn't even see the determination until last night. And any questions that Bryant put to us, we responded to. So I just want the record to be clear on that
Well, I
point.
think it's sometimes like when I try to go get my medical records, we don't always get exactly what we want the first time and have to ask again. I think that we're seeing that sometimes in electronic filing, things don't actually come through properly, and for that I apologize. But we're getting it, and we'll supplement the record at this point.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll take just a couple second break here to allow Jeremy to grab that for us. Anybody need more pilot bread? Somehow I ended up with a lot of suckers I'm not gonna eat. Would anybody like a sucker? There you go.
Buttercups.
Police chief, when you need.
By the hospital.
Oh, okay.
Down that.
I will take one.
Like 161,000.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to do a spatial apportionment for that. It came out to like cafeteria.
We blocked
Well,
Steve
not
out. I wonder if he's still, can't see who's on there. I wonder if he's still there.
1.2%, not zero.
Should be able to see him on the.
Is that right? No, I think it's 0.012. Let me think about this, how I did that math.
Faster, do this electronically, way faster. It seems to me like most of these would be indicated to people. That's what the assessors are using when they're making a lot of determinations. And it would be easy enough if, I think if we just connected a screen, it would be so fast, just watch boom.
For the purpose of this, we just need to put this into the record. And if you can provide a copy to both Charles and Wendy.
And then
And at the top of each of these things, the operation building is the very last page, wellness. And an S is missing from the hostel listed as a hotel. So there are the individual values. So the value was essentially the same, and 41.5 million was considered exempt, 2.8 million was taxable.
That was in 2022, correct?
Sorry, Dan?
That was in 2022, correct?
Correct.
So do you have the figures for what each of those buildings were for 2023?
We have the same square footage, but with regard to the changed use, we don't have a figure, particular section that was a changed use. I don't believe. I think, Dan, it's just a notation that no COVID testing, but, whether building it, trying to see what, if there's something here that indicates how many square feet were, and whether that was indeed the basis for the 2.8 million that stayed on there.
That's what you heard. I think you're weak.
No, the 2.8 million, if my memory serves me correctly, that 2.8 million was for the portion of the patient hostel that was still used as hostel, not the quarantine side of patient hostel. So it was the west wing.
I see, okay.
And so I guess my question is about Nome Ops last year. If we did COVID testing in one bay of Nome Ops and we received 100% exemption for it, it seems like you guys are maybe, I'm having a hard time understanding why the usage would change that much if we were 100%, if we received a 100% exemption last year in Nome Ops.
It probably wouldn't, but you didn't tell us what you replaced it with. For all we know, I guess, to know, I'm assuming that we need to know, what took that space now. And more than likely, at least it was an ambulance bay at one point in time. Maybe that's what it is now. It doesn't sound like it would change anything, but it was just a matter. The information notes it changed, but didn't specify what the change was or what the replacement was. And maybe it's vacant space, and there may have been some last time that we apparently considered the operation building 100% regardless.
Yeah, well, it's not vacant space. I mean, they use the whole facility. The Amex is over there too, but yeah, okay.
I know this process is as tiring for you guys as it is for us. So sorry if we're dating or getting cranky by any means. It's not intentional. So with this piece of information in the record, Charles, we should have the information we need.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with it. I honestly can't right now figure out what portion of value I believe should be exempted. We could potentially,
Well,
if anyone else, potentially reconvene very briefly tomorrow for this one or something. I mean, I do think that now certainly some portion of it should be exempted. I can't right now say what.
well, I don't know how happy people will be to come back tomorrow on the deal, but I guess looking at what the time is here, ideally we can, we have a few more here. Hopefully we can motor through these so that we actually hear everything tonight. I assume that it probably is going to take some time once we have your information for us then to consult with our counsel to determine what routes we may be moving on these, and to ensure that the conclusions or the basis for our analysis is consistent, and Brooks can write it up properly. So, what do people think about coming back tomorrow or are you willing to stay here for another hour or more tonight?
If we think we can get it done tonight, but I want to make sure we have enough time to get it done right. And if we need to reconvene tomorrow, I'm willing to do that, just to make sure the process is done correctly.
Mark, you're not available?
No, I won't be available after 3 p.m.
Okay.
The funeral service tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then we'll be on the plane after that.
And we're missing Adam, and I don't know if we have any hope and heck of getting Adam.
He's still traveling, isn't he?
Okay, well, let's, we're adding this to the record, and at this point, there are no more questions on this? Or there are?
What do you mean by question? I don't have anything more to say about it at this time.
Okay, so let's move on then.
So we're kicking this back to the end of the agenda.
Well, I guess at this point in time, unless there are other, if there's supplementary information at the end of the agenda to be accepted, then we'll go back.
So I have a thought. My understanding, I think we can get through the rest of these relatively quickly. My understanding is then you're going to go into executive session. Perhaps while you're doing that, I can discuss with Ms. Pearson some way to address this property that we don't need to continue tomorrow.
Okay.
Sounds like a great idea.
Forgive me, I do have a question on what you just said, executive session. I didn't see it on the agenda.
That's a typical, not actually listed on the agenda, but it's just part of the process to go in to discuss the pending appeals with the attorney to then develop the conclusions. There's another word for it, statement of facts and conclusions of law that then has to be formally accepted.
And is that for all of the ones we did, or just the ones for today?
We've already gone through the ones, yesterday we resolved all of those, but it will be for these. Because these, we have more people here tonight because this is a much more complicated issue.
We did all that in public session
So
yesterday.
your question is in procedural wise,
Right.
right?
Yep.
Okay,
Procedural
so
wise.
Question procedural wise, don't we have the ability for a council member and a second to go to executive session without having to have it on the agenda?
Yes, we,
Yeah, so does that might take care of your question.
okay.
Yeah, and if I might add, the second part of that inquiry probably is when acting in this capacity as the Board of Equalization, the board has the option of conducting deliberations in private or in public. So that's just an option that's available. The Open Meetings Act does not apply to this proceeding in the same way that it does to a city council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's going to bring us then to 001.211.03B at page 814.
Yeah.
Oh, lot 3A. Okay. All right. This is what's referred to as the HAT building. This was tax exempt in 2022. The uses in 2023 are unchanged. This property is leased to the state of Alaska for public health use. That lease has been in place since 2021. We have an exhibit, provided the lease agreement and recent amendment. Pursuant to the funding agreement with IHS, sections 3.4.11 and 3.8, the provision of public health, health nursing and support of public health nursing are specific obligations of to fulfill the ISDEAA contract. The property is used exclusively for public health purposes, which is a charitable purpose of Norton Sound. We've provided a financial analysis of the lease revenue. The revenue is reported by Norton Sound Health or as related revenue, not unrelated revenue. No profit is made on this lease or intended to be made. The exemption analysis, this goes back to a provision under Alaska Statute 29.45030 C, property described in A3 or A4, which is charitable property, nonprofit charitable or nonprofit hospital property, from which income derived is exempt if that income is from the use of the property by a nonprofit religious charitable hospital or educational group. A state government as a lessee meets that requirement as an exempt user. In the Alaska Supreme Court has stated that the fact that revenue is generated is irrelevant, or how much is generated is irrelevant to the determination of tax exemption, as long as it's related revenue and it's revenue from lease to another exempt organization. And use by the state for the public, use of this property for public health is consistent with the exempt purposes of Norton Sound as stated in its bylaws and its funding agreement obligations. And the same federal protections apply to this property.
Thank you. Charles?
Thank you. So I agree with my colleague that AS 2945.030C is relevant here. That was what you just read about. Let's read part of it. Income is solely from use of the property by nonprofit, religious, charitable, hospital, or educational groups. I disagree that the state of Alaska is a nonprofit, religious, charitable, hospital, or educational group. And for that reason, I think that the board should deny the exemption because the use does not meet the requirements of AS 2945.030C. And additionally, I think that there are some errors in some of the summary information. I reviewed the lease that was included. First, as stated, the annual rent should not be $60,000. It should actually be $71,936 or thereabouts, because the lease agreement provides for an annual adjustment based on consumer price index. And looking at the index from the base value, it's gone up 12%. So it ends up at $71,936. Also disagree that it is not, there's no profit. The lease agreement provides that the operating costs are 35%. A taxpayer is not allowed to disavow its agreements. So 65% is profit according to the lease. And there is case law to the effect that you can have a profit under certain circumstances, but one of the conditions is that the profits must then be used for charitable purposes. And I do not believe that that has been proven. But even if it were, again, under AS 2945-030C, it specifies that the exemption is only had if there's income is derived from the property, if the income is solely from a use of the property by not-profit, religious, charitable, hospital, or educational groups. And that is on that.
Thank you. Any rebuttal?
Just to
Yes, I'd
emphasize,
like,
I just want to
Go ahead,
emphasize,
Lydia.
and I'll let Dan, but this property was deemed to have met subparagraph C in prior years. Nothing's changed.
Thank you. Dan?
and for the expense analysis, lease analysis information, that's based on fiscal year 22 information, and the payments were $5,000 a month, so it is $60,000.
You left some money on the table, it looks like. Okay, thank you. There's nothing further on this particular
Not for me.
one. Move on then to 001.211.03A, which is at page 935.
Okay, this is the VHS building. This is storage of hospital equipment and supplies. Was here, occurred here through March. Since March, it's been under renovation to be placed in service in fall of 2023. It's going to be overflow patient housing as well as housing maternal patients. Again, this is pre and post admission integrated care that will occur, or that this housing is for maternal patients and other patients of the hospital is for, as we mentioned previously with respect to the patient patient hostel. Funding agreement at section 3.2.11 requires that Norton Sound provide maternal care. At 3.214, that Norton Sound provide patient housing, and at 3.5, that it have basic support services in place. In terms of the exemption analysis, again, the integrative maternal care model, it includes the pre- and post-admission housing, meets the definition of a hospital and is direct and primary to its hospital purposes. Use of this property is specifically listed in the funding agreement at Appendix B as property being used to fulfill Norton Sound's ISD-EAA obligations. The unfinished condition does not of the renovation does not preclude exemption under the previously cited Ketchikan case. It's clear that it has been used for hospital purposes and is intended only for hospital purposes. The temporary vacancy, we've cited a number of cases in our material, that temporary vacancy of the property as it's transitioning from one use to the other does not preclude tax exemption. And the federal law protections are the same.
Okay, so the CHS building is becoming housing,
BHS,
or
yes.
VHS.
I think it's becoming, like, not housing, maternal care. and-
Maternal care housing, yeah, patient
Not,
housing,
but not employee, patient.
patient housing.
So first, again, with the Ketchikan case, that's not germane to the exclusive use exemptions. That's germane only to implied federal preemption. So insofar as there's any issue with vacancy or, non-use, whatever you want to call it, that case has no effect on the exclusive use exemption. Only the implied federal preemption argument that Norton Sound makes, which of course is unavailing because of the tremendous interest that the city has in taxation. Insofar as the use is deemed to be storage, again, that's not vitally necessary to the hospital. And the other uses, the patient housing is not currently how it's being used. I don't think that that's in dispute. You all were here, and Ms. Pearson was here for the home plate appeal. As they're legal arguments, they're not, factual. I'm not going to repeat them, but in Alaska, a construction the use is construction. It's not what the improvements will then be used for when they're completed. So, I don't think that the future intent for the uses or the future intent for what's being constructed is relevant.
Okay. All right, thank you for that one. Then we are going to move on to item L, which is 001.201.05.
Okay, this is the West Campus. Here there is storage, is used as storage for essential accounting and patient records and hospital equipment. Vehicle maintenance occurs at this location, and at times plant operations training. The funding agreement at section 3.5 requires Norton Sound to provide or have sufficient support services and utilize property for support services. Also to provide training to NSHC staff at section 3.2.10. And 3.6 of the funding agreement requires it to maintain its properties. In terms of the exemption analysis, storage of accounting and patient records is required by law. There's insufficient storage space in the hospital facility itself, and that would not be the highest and best use of the hospital facility to store these records. If the hospital cannot function legally, then it cannot fulfill its exempt purposes. It has a legal obligation to maintain these records. In terms of maintenance, maintaining maintenance and safety equipment and training operations, and similarly, if the hospital cannot function safely, then it cannot fulfill its exempt purposes. So the use of this property for the maintenance of hospital equipment and the training of hospital operations staff is direct and primary to its efficient functioning as a hospital. And as mentioned, the utilization of this property is specifically identified in the funding agreement as being being used to fulfill its ISDEA obligations. And the federal protections are the same.
Thank you.
So, this property was also appealed last year. Short answer is it should be denied for the same reason it was denied last year. The vehicle maintenance, plant training, these are not vitally necessary to the hospital. Once again, the Alaska Supreme Court has rejected extending the hospital exemption to quote, anything reasonably necessary for the fulfillment of the generally recognized functions of a completely modern hospital, which I don't see as substantially different than saying the efficient functioning of a hospital. And that's been rejected by the Alaska Supreme Court. I think it's also relevant here that, again, the Alaska Supreme Court has rejected the sort of owner's use approach, and in doing so observed that the effect would, quote, extend the tax exemption to everything owned and used in some way by an exempt institution. And, the Supreme Court found that by looking at the owner's use, that would result, and that is not intended. And, I think that's essentially what Northern Sound is arguing for here, is that, anything that they own should be exempt because of who they are. The applicable standard here is if the use of the property is directly incidental and vitally necessary to the use of exempt property, which would be the hospital, and town fails to carry its burden in that proof.
Okay, thank you. Brooks, did you have any questions or comments on this?
No, I didn't, John.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to page 1141. And this is tax lot 190.1.059.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with this one. So this is the hospital itself. The exemption was denied because the cafeteria use, we believe, is not exempt. So Northern Sound will argue that it is exempt. At the time, I did not have sufficient information to spatially apportion the cafeteria. It is in the record already that the cafeteria is 2,048 feet. What was not in there is the overall square footage of the hospital. I did a little digging and found that the overall square footage is 161,949 square feet, which means that the cafeteria represents 1.2%. And I've calculated that to come out to meaning that of the total value stated, 966,275 is not exempt. Stated differently, I think that the exemption should be granted for 75,000, no, a little more than that, 75,443,525. And again, the non-exempt value is 966,275. Northern Sound will argue that it should all be exempt, so we'll turn it over to that.
Okay. Yes. So in terms of excluding the cafeteria, we've cited number of authorities in our material, again, from jurisdictions with the same tax exemption, constitutional and statutory tax exemption regime as Alaska. Alaska's courts have not opined on this issue specifically, so the two jurisdictions with the same exemption regime. And cafeterias and parking lots are considered exempt. They're part and parcel of the hospital and its operations. They are direct and primary to the functioning of the hospital for its hospital purposes. So based on that authority, the cited authority in our material, we believe that even the cafeteria portion is exempt. Also, the suggestion that only roughly 98% of the facility is exempt ignores the charitable purpose exemption and focuses again only on the hospital purpose exemption. Under a charitable purpose, the entire facility is listed by in the funding agreement as being utilized to fulfill the Norton Sound's ISDEAA obligations, and with nothing left out. One other fact I want to add here, and I ask that this be a fact that is considered for all the properties. I was reminded that the federal government has entered into what they call Section 105L leases with Norton Sound Health. And so 105L is a federal law that requires Indian Health Service to enter into leases upon tribal request with a tribe or a tribally operated organization that holds title to or leases property, to enter into agreements with those entities, which are not denominated as Section 105L leases. So effectively, by those agreements, the federal government pays the organization to operate these facilities in recognition of, and only if the federal government has determined that the facility is being used for the provision of care consistent with ISDEAA. So with all of these properties, all 11 of properties we've been talking about, the Indian Health Service has entered into a Section 105L lease with Norton Sound Health on all these properties, with one particular lease being fully negotiated but not yet signed, but the others are in effect. So this is effectively a statement from the federal government that the housing, the training, the entire hospital facility, storage areas, the wellness center, the behavioral health, all of that is our facilities deemed by the federal government to be operated to fulfill the ISDEAA obligations.
So there are other IHS hospitals operated in the United States. Do they have a similar contract? They keep referring to this section, this section, this section, this section. Are all IHS hospitals required to provide the same care?
So, what I'm referring to here are tribally owned or operated properties. And so when they enter into agreements with the IHS under the Self-Determination Act, they do so to step into the shoes of the IHS to provide for care that the federal government would otherwise have to provide. So, and at an facility's request, the IHS will enter into a Section 105L lease with that facility. It's basically to pay for the costs of operating that facility. It's called a lease, but it's really sort of a cost recovery type of contract. So it's up to the tribally operated entity to request that type of lease, but they're very common.
Yeah, I guess not the lease thing, but the list of services that are being provided.
Oh, gotcha.
There's a list of, I don't know, 50 services being provided by Norton Sound under contract with the Indian Health Service. Are those same 50 things provided at every tribally or Indian Health Service hospital across the nation?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer.
So it's a non-standard agreement. The Indian Health Service provides certain services, but they contract, it can be a mix and match with the services that are provided by an individual organization. They don't all have to provide the same services.
Every tribal health organization, there's several in Alaska, you negotiate what your compact is gonna look like. So your compact is your agreement for all the services you're gonna provide. And so if we're providing a healthcare program, it's in our compact, and then whatever building we're providing that in, we're eligible to negotiate an additional lease to support that facility. If you make money on that program, so we have to subtract any revenue. So for our housing, we have leases for our housing, the 2 apartments that we talked about today here in Nome. But we have to subtract any revenue because you have to show them that you're not making money on that lease. And so it's just another argument we have to try to justify that these facilities are necessary and agreed to by Indian Health Services to carry out the program that we're compacting.
Thank you.
Sure. So, the actual use of this 2,048 square feet is a public cafeteria. Open to the public, anyone go in and buy meals. I don't see how it is either a hospital or charitable use to sell meals to city clerks and lawyers. They're pretty good meals, but so, and I think that there's a difference between operating the facility, the entire hospital, pursuant to any obligations Norton Sound may have under the ISDAA, and being obligated to run a cafeteria in that facility. And I haven't heard anything that they are legally obligated to run a public cafeteria in the facility. They may be allowed to. I don't believe that they're legally obligated to, and I haven't heard anything to that effect.
All right, that then. Oh.
We're at the end, right?
Well, we haven't. No, go ahead. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, go
Of the
ahead.
individual one. So in general, one of the arguments made in all of it is that it's a federal sovereign immunity argument from Steve, right? Is that one of the arguments being made in court as well? Or did it go to federal court or state court?
State,
So that argument's not being made in federal court?
no, it's being made at state,
It's
in
being
this,
made in state court.
yeah.
as well.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, one of the things it keeps referring to also is one of the arguments is that it's an IHS provider, which nobody debates. But on the 990, it shows about $194 million of revenues.
Mhm.
Do you know what percentage is the IHS contract, those 194 revenues?
It's about a third of our funding.
About a third, so 2/3 of the funding is coming from non-IHS revenues.
This grant, third is patient services, like collections, third-party insurances, and the other third is.
And I'm not, I'm glad that a judge is deciding that, because, but from my standpoint, and I'm coming, I guess I'm like compelled to tell where I'm coming from is I've lived here most, like, majority of my adult life. I spent a lot of time in the villages. I work for tribes. I understand tribes. I feel, organizational wise, I know most of the board of directors on the Norton Sound board, and I have them in high regard, and as well as most of the administrative staff, and I have them in high regard too, so. They also, I feel like they saved my life in March, so I have it, so, but even despite that, I feel like I give a non-biased opinion to what we're looking at here. But, the argument about it being a sovereign thing in arm's length of the tribes doesn't quite set right with me, because I know that tribes are not required to file in the nineties. And even in the bylaws itself of Norton Sound, it's referred to as a nonprofit corporation, and everything through there, except for the assignment of directors, which one will come from each village tribe, and then there's some additional directors. It all leans to it's a nonprofit corporation that's providing a contracted tribal services that are approved by the tribes to do that. So I have a hard time, I guess, from that aspect of agreeing that the exemptions are based on the federal statute, or the federal argument. I have a more compelling to understand the state argument where you're coming from. But, and the fact that IHS provides 1/3 of argument as well, in my mind anyway. I don't know where else I'm going with that, other than I just wanted to, I guess, state that I'm glad a judge is making that decision, I guess, because it'd be interesting to see what the judge has to say.
Well, the other big chunk of revenue, the third-party revenues, are only made possible because of Norton Sound's status as a tribal organization under the Indian Self-Determination Act. That's the authority granted to only those types of organizations by the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. So there's the federal nexus for that other 1/3 of the revenues.
I understand your point.
Okay, then some supplementary information that's just in the record. We're not going to go through that. And okay, then we're back to Bachman. We had Bachman from last night at your request.
Now I regret bringing him back.
You say something?
Question to the assessor, has anything been further?
Yeah, so I guess the question is, did you get a chance, or anybody from the assessor's office get a chance to meet with you?
Okay. Martin denied. Last night, the Bachman brought up that it should be a different percentage of what's considered good, and we recalculated it. I had, my laptop won't work here, so I had Martin send them an email this morning by the deputy clerk, and one of our findings. We did it two ways. I did it by the book. Martin did it by the electronic system. And the current assessment is $351,600. For recalculation, taking the two approaches and finding the happy median, we come out at $353,800. So we would be $2,200 higher than what we had was initially come up with, and I'll recommend accept the current assessment of 351 600.
Did the,
Because we feel it's supported by our findings that, yes, it would indeed be a little bit higher, but,
did the appellants accept that?
excuse me.
Did the appellants?
The appellant,
have
I
responded?
expected the appellant to be here tonight. They were advised of that, the appellant, Mrs. Bachman, or whatever her given name is, called to check on the meeting time. And so I expected them to be here. Advised of the finding, and they didn't reject it.
Okay. Well, thank you
Forrest
for,
Gump, that's all I have to say about that.
I appreciate you taking the extra time to do the additional calculations to.
It was an interesting, adventure.
I appreciate,
Portioning out a 74-year-old building and a 4-year-old building and coming up with percentages for,
well, thank you for doing it,
thank you.
taking the adventure.
Okay, so they, in their appeal form, did not put another number in there. They just said, we don't agree with what the number is. So I think that the motion on that with regard to Bachman and tax lot 01411.23 is to affirm the appraiser's valuation.
Valuation recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, want to do that now?
Yes, if we,
I will make the motion regarding, I'm not sure what the tax lot is.
01.411.23.
To accept the assessor's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, we have a motion, a second, there's not further discussion.
Sir, what was the valuation that was being accepted? What, was it the revised? Valuation or
The original assessment.
The
of
original
351,600.
assessment that's in the documentation, which is 351,600.
So we got a first and second.
Yep, waiting for a roll call.
Member Henderson,
Yes.
member Doug Johnson,
Yes.
member Mark Johnson,
Yes.
member Piscoya,
Yes.
member Topka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one that I added back was Centurion 001.181.22. That where the okay.
Had to come for the end.
Power outage or something. Well, there was a power outage or something.
To help you with that, if you'd like, sir.
Done that like 2 hours ago. 3 hours.
Mr. Chair? Just to inform you, I have received a text from Ryan Martinson, and I gave him the 443-6599 number, so he may be calling in.
Okay.
You want me to get back to town?
Okay, anyway, the issue with regard to this was the appellant requested an appeal of 98,100, a reduction in the building to $50,000. And the assessor actually had come up with some new numbers of a total of 247,500, which was the recommendation. In our voting, this is the one where we had a 3-to-1 split. And in that process, the ultimate occurrence was that the both motions failed. So although we, I think, wanted to accept the assessor's revised recommendation, we did not do so. So it stayed as we originally did. So I am going to ask for reconsideration on the vote on tax lot 001.181.22. And it needs to be made by, yes, I believe it needs to be made by you, or what, who, Brian?
It must be made by somebody who is on the prevailing side of the motion, so it cannot be made by Mr. Johnson.
Okay, all right.
He seconded it, but he can't make them.
Okay.
So you need a motion.
Would you move to reconsider the action on 001.181.22 for Centurion?
So do you need a specific motion regarding the actual amount or just a
No,
motion to
that will
reconsider?
bring
Okay.
the item back to, for consideration.
So I make the motion to reconsider the appeal for tax lot number
001.181.22.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to reconsider this particular item. A roll call, please.
Member Doug Johnson,
This is just bringing it back to the table so we can re-vote, Doug.
Yes.
member Mark Johnson,
Yes.
member Pascoya,
Yes.
member Topcott,
Yes.
member Henderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, this appeal is before us again. It was made by Centurion LLC. The assessed value was set at $266,200. And after reconsideration and review with the assessor, valuation was come up, and the building went from to 218,100 originally to a revised number of 199,400. So that would reduce the total assessment from 266,200 to 247,500. I'd ask for a motion to concur with the assessor's recommendation.
Make the motion to concur with the assessor's recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Pascoya, is there any discussion? This with regard to 001.181.22. A roll call, please.
Member Mark Johnson,
Yes.
member Pascoya,
Yes.
member Topcott,
Yeah.
member Henderson,
Yes.
member Doug Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us then to the hour of 10:20 and getting our legal counsel to discuss the
Yeah, before that, so I've been able to come to a conclusion about exemption for the one that had some special enforcement issues. Let me find in my notes which, so it's tax ID 01115001, Lot 116, Lot 1A, Hostel Wellness Center operations. So with the additional information
It is my opinion that the hostel should be exempt, that the wellness center should be exempt, and that the operations building should not be exempt. So I'll give a brief explanation of why I don't believe the operations building should be exempt, and then some numbers as to what that kind of means. So, I mean, in short, the description of the activities that are described as occurring there in the operations building, I do not believe are vitally necessary to the hospital, nor are they charitable, largely for reasons that we talked about for all the other properties. So yeah, that reason, I don't believe that they are exempt under AS 2945-030A3, and as with all the properties, I don't believe that federal preemption applies because of the city's interest in taxation. And I don't think sovereign immunity is at issue. Add to why you think the operations building should be exempt beyond what's already.
No, I think we've sufficiently made our case.
So we'll jump to some numbers. According to the additional information that was provided, the valuation of that building, the operations building, is $9,744,300. That is the non-exempt value of the improvements. Now, there's also land. The total assessed value of the land is $1,105,424. So to determine what portion of that should be exempt, I calculated what percentage of the full value of the improvements is represented by the operations building. So the total value of all the improvements is $43,278,300, with the operations building being $9,744,300. That's a total of 22.51% of all the improvement value. So I believe that the land should be exempt and non-exempt in the same ratio, which means that $248,830 of the land is non-exempt, resulting in a full, the full amount of the non-tax, it's getting late, I apologize. The full non-exempt amount between the land and the improvements is $9,993,130. I didn't calculate the inverse of the exempt amount, but it's the remainder is.
Okay, we've heard that, and are there any questions with regard to that determination that you wish to raise to the council, please?
This is Dan. I would just like to point out that how inconsistent that decision is with our 2022 filing and what we were exempted, specifically with the patient hostel. But can you repeat the number again?
Which number?
What the exempted or what the total taxable value would be of that lot?
$9,993,130.
And if we do.
Yeah, again, I would just like, I'd just like to say how inconsistent that decision is with last year. That decision right there it's a complete flip flop, and it baffles me how you came up to that.
Mr. Party, that is a recommendation that is made by the Assessors Council. The Board of Equalization has not considered it yet. We will be meeting to discuss all of these appeals and come up with a determination. So whether that stands or doesn't stand has not yet been determined. But I hear your frustration in your voice and I sympathize with you.
So, and can I just get the number of the, the total original assessed value of the entire property?
Yes, you may. It is 44,383,700.
Thanks.
Okay,
Angie,
what's that?
Sorry, I
I'm
just wanted
sorry.
to reiterate with that warehouse, so it does still house an ambulance, and we do about 365 medevacs a year. And we do our own transports for patients, and so we do house that ambulance in that building. And then the water testing, we are actively testing water for all of our communities now. I don't know if Nome, City of Nome is using it, so
Yep,
it is
we are.
providing a service, and it helps, you don't have to send those samples out. So there is more than just maintenance staff in that facility and storage. I just wanted to share those two pieces.
Thank you.
just for clarification, that's in the operations building or? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, let's take just a couple minute break here and then I'm gonna go and consult in the other room with the attorney on scheduling here. And let you know. Brooks, I'm gonna call you on your cell.
Let me see if I got it on, John. I was keeping it on silent.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're on
He's
mute.
on mute.
Oh, hey Brooks, I'm getting an error trying to call you. Could you try to call me, please?
Okay, let's see if I got you in here.
Set of cookies from yesterday.
We ate them all, man.
Yeah, you'll have to give me your number.
He stepped out.
What's John's number?
Hang on.
Hold on a second.
Are we sound good?
We're not on mute.
Okay.
Your phone number?
Oh, that's fine. I don't care if you put it out. 304-5646.
Posted, George?
5646?
Yes, 304 John.
Brad. I think I can do it. Can you do that?
I had just unmuted right after you asked. New.
Yeah, oh, it's back on.
They're all muted.
Okay, sorry, we're back on here, talking with, council. We're thinking that we need to put, reconvene tomorrow. And, being might lose some people, if we do it at 5:30, we were wondering, if we could get a quorum of folks at noon. For those of you on the phone, do you think that could work? Doug and Sig?
Yeah, I can join it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, I can't commit to a lunchtime deal.
Okay.
I'll try.
Okay, well, try your darndest because, yeah, we need you. I mean, or 1 o'clock, I mean, could we do 1?
It might be marginally.
What's that?
That might be marginally better.
Okay, you'll be drunk by then. Okay, let's hope that you can be there by noon.
So you want to do noon then?
Do noon, yep.
All right.
All right, we will go ahead then and recess the Board of Equalization and reconvene at 12 noon on Friday, June 2. Thank you all for your time this evening, and hopefully we can get through and make some decisions tomorrow so that we're not, last year, I think it took us a week to come up with our stuff. We're gonna try to get it going a little sooner.
So just a question, so this is for your meeting, or would you, should I change my plans to
No,
return?
essentially, we're going to come up with our decisions and, provide the documentation of it. That will be the final, vote on it, so it's simply providing our determination to you, and then it's to you to determine what your next steps may or may not.
Okay, so you don't need me here,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, it's just going to be for deliberation.
Gotcha.
I thought
Okay.
we were gonna come back.
thank you, it was nice meeting you all.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Come and see us sometime when we're not in an adversarial.
I know, yes.
We hate being in these, but.
Well, I told Glenn, now that I know you own that road,
Right.
you want a crosswalk right by the hospital.
Right.
That's what I learned tonight.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm leaving pilot bread crumbs.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna leave pilot bread and see if there's any left in the morning, so.